Sorry, Commissioner.
It's all right.
I call Craig Knappick.
Yes.
Commissioner, apologies for not standing up when you came in. I had
No idea
no
at
idea.
all. I've been locked out. One of the many quirks of this building.
Yeah.
So, no.
I already have authorisation to appear, but my name is Ramraka,
Yes.
Ramrakha, but just formally I seek leave to appear for Mr. Knappick today.
Yes, authorisation has been granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Knappick, just come forward into the
I
witness
think we'll be
box.
taking an oath.
Yes, thank you. Someone will help you with that.
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your full name,
Craig Stephen Knappick,
your current occupation.
Chief People Officer at Liverpool City Council.
Mr. Knappick, to begin with, can you give the Commissioner a brief outline of your work history? If I can guide you, do you have tertiary qualifications?
I do.
And what are they?
I have a undergraduate degree, a Bachelor of Economics from Macquarie University. I have a Masters of Commerce in HR and IR from the University of Sydney, and I have a Diploma of Education also from the University of Sydney.
Your career, has that for a substantial period concentrated in the area of human resources and industrial relations?
For a substantial part of that period, yes.
And for the last period of your career, have you concentrated or focused on the human resources area?
I have.
Would you give the Commissioner just a brief outline of your work history in that area?
Certainly. Primarily my expertise in HR, organisational transformation and change management. During that time, I have worked over the last 20 years, towards the latter part of my career, both in consulting firms and with mainly state government agency departments.
What's organisational transformation and change management?
Organisational transformation is often around how to make an organisation perform at its peak. It can be looking at things such as process redesign. It can be looking at restructures. It can be looking at the way in which IT works with skills and capabilities of the workforce, organisational governance, data analytics and information that helps better decision. And change management assists the organisation move into one of those spaces more effectively by taking the necessary parties on that journey.
Change can be difficult.
Change can be very difficult depending upon people's mindsets.
You spoke about working for a number of state authorities or state agencies. Which state agencies or authorities have you worked for?
New South Wales Health, Transport for New South Wales, and New South Wales Police.
Before coming to work at Liverpool City Council, which were you working for a state agency?
No.
You were working in a consultancy role through an agency?
Correct.
Before commencing work in that consultancy capacity, which state authority did you work for?
So there were two specific areas between the last government department, which was New South Wales Police, and then when I started working for Liverpool City Council, but as an agency contractor. And before that, I was working for an private organisation in executive recruiting and executive professional development.
And that role for a private organisation in executive recruitment, when did you perform that role? Just roughly.
I think it was quite a period during mostly 2022.
I must have missed it, Mr. Knappick, but when did you start at the council?
I started as an agency contractor on the 3rd of January 2023. I started as a full-time employee around the 4th of September of that year.
And have you been in the same position?
Since the 4th of September, yes.
When you commenced working at the council, as you've just said, it was through an agency
Correct.
appointment. What role were you performing then?
I was there, effectively, it was like an acting HR manager. I was being the acting HR manager role.
And then you were appointed full-time to that role in September?
Correct.
You described your role right at the beginning of your evidence as being the Chief People Officer.
Correct.
Was that the name or description of the role that you commenced in September 23?
Yes.
Now, can I ask you about the organisational structure of council? When you commenced, and we'll start from when you started there as a permanent full-time employee, you worked in a directorate.
Correct.
Which directorate was it?
Corporate services.
And in September 23, who was the director of that, of corporate services?
Farooq Portelli.
Do you report directly to Mr. Portelli?
I do.
You have a number of employees who report directly to you?
I have 4 direct reports
Mhm.
and they have staff under them.
You've described your role as the Chief People Officer. Is the area in which you lead and work, is that given a particular name?
It's called People and Culture.
And what type of matters or issues does the people and culture area deal with?
There are 4 major teams or units which summarise what those functions are. Payroll and workforce reporting, to the limited degree it can be done. Recruitment, learning and organisational development. I can clarify that further if you'd like. And then what's called people and workplace relations.
The first team you mentioned, which was payroll and also workforce reporting, is it part of their either responsibility or the work that they do to keep statistics on certain aspects of the workforce and employment within council?
They're required to provide various legislative statistics. There's a number of other what are called workforce statistics that they can provide, but due to system limitations, it is very difficult to collate and collect that data in Liverpool Council.
Is that why when describing that team, my note is you made the observation to the extent it can be done when...
It can be done with a lot of human.
What are the system limitations?
I'm basing this on my experience.
Yes, of course.
The organisation has what I would colloquially term old-fashioned.
And what barriers does that
Workforce
throw up?
reporting is, not workforce, reporting generally is the biggest barrier. It is trying to be addressed currently because it is a major driver of the current CEO, and it is timely, if not late. But I would also add to that that's my experience, other colleagues and other councils, many of them similar.
But is the difficulty the ability to extract reliable data, the time that it takes, the ability to manipulate it? I don't mean that in pejorative sense, but to present it in certain ways?
All of those, Commissioner, because systems have advanced significantly in the last decade, and they're able to do that much in 2020.
Can you give an example of some of the statistics or workforce statistics that are the production of which are inhibited by these problems with the reporting system?
At its most basic level in HR, simple statistics like the number of positions, the vacancies, filled roles, part-time to full-time, casual, who's on what allowances, turnover rates, they require a degree of human effort that in more modern systems would not be required.
When you use the term human effort, what do you mean?
There is a particular resource in my payroll team who has to extract and cleanse and find the various components within the payroll system to put that together when we make such requests for such data.
Does that mean they've got to go hunting for it across the various directorates to find whether the position has been filled or whether it's
Correct.
vacant, whether it's actively recruited, whether it's not, and manually calculate things like turnover rates and retention rates and the like?
Yes, she creates spreadsheets using Excel, for example, in order to calculate those, and then does what's called data dumps out of our payroll system into those spreadsheets, and then puts the data into an appropriate format, making sure that it is as clean as we can get it to do these calculations.
Who's the person who's been allocated that task?
Her name is Silvana Natoli.
This may be a simplistic proposition to put to you, but your knowledge of other reporting systems that organisations other than Liverpool City Council utilise, that sort of material can be collated more easily by pressing a button or interrogating a system with a particular request.
That is correct. I wouldn't say it's as simple as pressing a button, but you're heading in the right direction. You're heading in the right direction. Yes, it would significantly reduce the time by, I would think, at least 3/4.
There'd be modern systems that could generate reports with various inputs and parameters that you could set, for example. Is that the type of thing you
That is
meant?
correct.
The next team you described was recruitment.
Yes.
To state the obvious, that is engaging persons to work either full-time within the council
Yes.
or on a contractual basis with a limitation of approximately 12 months.
Yes, temporary employment.
Do they also deal with the engagement of consultants?
No. Sorry, consultants is a confusing term, often in various types of businesses. It has different definitions.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd refer to as a consultant who comes in to help the business do some activity. Usually they bill the organisation through their own ABN, or if they're a company, such as obviously the big four we'd all be aware of, Deloitte, PwC, etc. I'd call those consultants, and they bill the organisation appropriately for delivering a particular outcome over a particular period of time. We do not deal with that in recruitment.
An exception would be when you were engaged through an agency to work for the 9 months in 2023.
Yes. So whilst my employment title out in the labour market was consultant to the organisation, I was a contractor employed via an agency. The agency billed Liverpool City Council, and I was paid by the agency for that period.
So for that period, you did not enter into, for example, a 9-month
No, I did not.
temporary contract with
No,
the
I did
council. Now, the next team you spoke about, it was something in organisational learning and organisational development. That deals with training throughout the organisation.
That's the learning component, correct?
Does that also include training or learning opportunities for counselling?
No.
Who deals with that?
There's another division, not in my directorate, called, excuse me if I get the title exactly wrong, it's Civic and Executive Services. Might be Executive and Civic Services, but...
In answer to my question about training, you said that's the learning component. The organisational development, what does that encompass?
Organisational development is the innovative component of the HR profession, where it looks at things such as culture improvement, talent and succession planning, diversity, probably a range of other things, but it's all other sort of workforce related issues that would lead to improved workforce performance and an improved workforce environment.
And then the final team, again, my notes were people and workplace relationships.
Correct.
And
Relations.
Relations. And what does that deal with?
So primarily, it's where we have our employment relations and industrial relations specialist who looks after all matters to do with investigations, grievances involving employees, and matters associated with union relationships. And then the other key component is what's called HR business partnering, which are people who assist primarily managers or people in any sort of leadership role in terms of, again, improving their ability to manage their particular team or workforce, and also advise on how to deal with what you call personnel relationships and issues that may arise within a particular team.
There's been evidence before the Commissioner about 2 staff surveys that were conducted, one in 2024, one in 2022. The responsibility for the staff surveys, does that come within one of your teams?
Yes, it does.
And which team is it?
The learning and organisational development.
The staff surveys, as I said, we've got one from 2022, then 2024. Are they conducted every 2 years?
No. When I commenced at the place at Liverpool Council, within the workforce management strategy, there was an initiative that said that surveys, what we call staff engagement surveys, needed to become part of the fabric of the organisation. And hence that's what led to the one in 2024. We are currently working towards having annual staff surveys. We hope to have the first one issued within the first 3 months of 2026. Work is currently taking place in regards to that, and they will be annual.
The 2024 staff survey, it looked at particular issues and topics. So I think it was entitled Workplace Culture. And within that broad topic, there were a number of subtopics and sub-questions asked. Who determined what particular areas or issues were to be addressed in that survey?
So the initial development of the questions would have occurred within my learning and organisational development team. They would have based that on their experiences in terms of staff workshops that had happened previously on culture, on, I suppose, what are typical staff engagement questions. Then that would have been seen by myself, and I recall it was also probably shared with the executive as well before it was issued.
You gave evidence that that there is now a move to having a staff engagement survey every year. After the 2024 staff survey, have there been any other surveys of staff undertaken?
There was one taken earlier this year. I can't remember the month exactly. That was in relation to people's experience about moving to Civic Place. So it obviously didn't apply to the whole workforce because there are employees in other locations. But for all those that did move there, there was a survey done about their experiences of moving to Civic Place as our new building.
And any other?
Not that I can recall immediately.
You spoke about the development of questions and that it would go to the executive team. The executive, I think it's called leadership team. Are you part of that?
No.
Is there, in the hierarchy, are you the equivalent of a manager?
Yes, in that naming convention that councils have, yes.
And within the various managers employed within the council, is there some kind of equivalent meeting of people in that role equivalent to the executive leadership team?
Not what I'd call a meeting. We, as part of our leadership and culture development that falls under learning and development, have instigated what's called manager forums, and they attend those, I think it's 4 times a year. They're about improving understanding of people's role, improving their skill and capability, and expanding their knowledge and know-how of things that the organisation is doing and could do.
All right. Is there any manager forum? I'm sorry, withdraw that. From your description of that manager forum, it seems aimed at for a particular reason or for a particular purpose. Is there any manager forum where the various managers throughout the council get together and have discussions about what may be occurring in different parts of the council, whether it's going to have an impact on them, keeping them informed of developments in other sections or other directorates of the council?
There are 2 components to that. There's not a whole meeting of all managers. Managers have meetings with their director in their directorate. So my own experience in corporate services, our director will inform the managers of things that are happening across council that come through the council laws and their particular bodies. And we will also discuss in those meetings ways forward as a corporate services managers group on what we need to take into account. My understanding is that similar meetings happen in the other directorates. I'll also add that in the managers forums, the CEO also always gives a briefing at the beginning of those and outlines some of the direction and or some of the current hot topics, on a better word, with the managers who are all present at them.
They're quarterly, did you say?
Yes, 4 times a year.
Topics which, oh, sorry, I withdraw that. Issues that sometimes arise within a workforce, for example, allegations of discrimination, whether on the grounds of race, sex, sexual preference, etc., allegations of sexual harassment. Are they dealt with by one of your team?
They are.
Sorry?
They are.
And which team is that?
Within the People and Workplace Relations team, I have a person in a particular role entitled Industrial Relations Specialist, and she manages all such investigations and grievances.
All right. And what's that person's name?
Ms. Margot Kindley.
And again, within workforces, there are sometimes allegations, for example, of bullying or intimidation. Are they dealt with by one of your teams?
Correct.
And which team is that?
The same one.
So again, Ms. Kingley.
Correct.
And if there are allegations from a recruitment process of, for example, favouritism or some kind of bias, or again, a gender discrimination in a particular recruitment process, such complaints, or if those issues arise, are they dealt with by somebody, by one of your teams?
Yes, so that would be a joint thing by Ms. Kinley.
Yep.
And also the head of my recruitment team. We call it talent acquisition because that's the modern HR term. His name is Mr. Philip Smith.
Mr. Sorry?
Philip Smith.
Excuse me for a minute. I'm moving to a different topic. That is the organisational structure of the council. The Commissioner has heard evidence that there has been and is continuing a reorganisation of the council structure.
Correct.
The evidence has been that that's occurring at least in 2 stages or 2 tranches.
Correct.
And possibly a 3rd tranche.
Correct.
Now, I just want to confirm with you where the process is at the moment. The evidence that we've heard, and again, I'm summarising it, is that the first tranche of the reorganisation was to reorganise the number of directorates.
Correct.
And that led to 2 directorates being disbanded.
Correct.
It led to some redundancies.
Correct.
And it also led to some employees being shifted to the remaining directorates.
Yes, correct.
If that makes sense.
Yes.
The 2 directorates that were abolished was City Futures, and the second one
Was called Customer Experience and Business Performance.
the 2 directors who headed those respective 2 directorates were made redundant.
Correct.
And again, I'm just describing it broadly, their immediate executive assistants were made redundant.
Correct.
And were there 2 other roles made redundant? That is, within City Futures, the role of senior advisor.
I can't recall, I'm afraid.
I can take you to some documents.
Yeah, thank you.
But just again, while we're trying to work out where everything's at, And then there was another position, which I think was something like Senior Government Relations Officer, that was to be made redundant as well. I'm just talking at the moment of positions that were flagged to be made redundant.
Are flagged, all right. Yes, they may have been flagged to be redundant at that time, yes.
All right. Could we bring up first document LCC.016.004.0001, and it can be live streamed? Can you see that has a date of July 2025? Liverpool City Council Establishment High-Level Structure, Director, Departments and Management. And is it your understanding that that organisational structure dated July 2025 is currently in place?
Yes, currently.
Now, can I ask you, with when a position is earmarked to be made redundant, under the award there are particular procedures and also rights that accrue to the person whose position is to be made redundant.
That's right.
And again, put broadly, under the award, there is the opportunity for the council to redeploy the person.
Yes, that is right.
And there's particular requirements about the redeployment, what type of position the person will be redeployed to.
Yes.
If the council identifies such a person, sorry, I withdraw that. If the council identifies such a role which in its view the person can be redeployed to, the employee has a choice as to whether to accept that new role or not.
Yes, that is true, but if there's a close fit, it would be expected that they can take that position.
I think you're foreshadowing my next question. Under the award, if in your words it's a close fit, if the employee does not accept the new position, they're not entitled to their redundancy pay under the award.
Correct, but sometimes if a person is so averse, it is better to let them go rather than force them into something they don't want to do.
That's a management decision or a business decision.
You take into account the person's feelings and views at the time, and you don't want an employee who's being forced to do something they don't want to do.
Are they consulted in that process?
Yes, they
before the decision to say, well, there's another role, we think you can fill it.
Yes,
where
we would offer the role to them, say, here's another role that we potentially believe that you've got the skills to do. And then they either contemplate it over a period of time, think about it and say yay or no, that they're interested.
That was going to be my next question, leading to either a restructure or an identification of roles which are going to become redundant. Is part of the practice that you identify a position or a role that will become redundant, and then correspondence is sent to the particular employee along the lines of position impacted, role at risk?
That's right. At risk is the term used.
So the employee receives this information that their role is at risk, and generally in that correspondence, is the employee informed that if the role is made redundant and they're not redeployed deployed, they get a severance pay, which is set out in the relevant provisions of the award, the basis of calculation.
That's correct. And we attach that calculation to the letter so they know what the estimated figure.
And that's based on their current, obviously their current salary.
That's correct.
And then within that letter, do you foreshadow if there is possibly a redeployment?
My recollection is that I think that's mentioned in the letter.
If there is a redeployment, so I take it just in the stages, it's an identification of another role which the employee has the requisite skills to fulfil.
Yes, correct.
Is it then a matter of offering to the employee that alternative role?
Yes, correct.
If the employee accepts it, then depending on if the role's at a different salary, etc., there may be a new contract of employment.
Correct.
Which reflects the new role and the new salary.
Sorry, excuse me. Yes, that is true. There's a period of time, I can't remember the exact time, that they retain their current salary for, if it happens to be below the salary they're on, or if it's above, then they move on to what the salary is of that particular role.
So they could be offered a new role at a lower grade and salary.
Yes, but usually it's within a fairly small band. You're not going to offer somebody a role that is, significantly different in salary from what they're doing, because generally that would indicate very different skills and capability, because the salary is meant to be partly reflective of skills and capability required of a role.
And sorry, so you've earmarked a role that's going to be made redundant. You inform the particular employee that their role is at risk. There is an identification of a possible redeployment. That's then offered to the employee.
Yes.
If the employee accepts, then they enter into a new contract of employment.
That's correct.
And they move to that position.
That's correct.
And at the time that they enter into that new contract of employment, if it is for a slightly lesser salary, their salary is then
Maintained for a short period of time.
after they take up the new role.
Yes.
What's the short period of time?
Can't recall off the top of my head. It might be a couple of months, I think.
Excuse me, what dictates that? Is that a provision under the award?
Yes, my recollection is that it is. I would need to check, but yes, I think or it might be under one of our policies. But they keep it it's only a very short period of time, like might be a couple of months.
Now, that was stage one or tranche number one.
Correct.
And you can see there that one of the changes that have occurred is that we've got the Chief Executive Officer and then we've got Office of the CEO.
Yes.
And then underneath that, at this particular point, we're anticipated that there would be three other, I'll just describe them as sections.
Correct.
Now, is it your understanding that just looking below the line of Office of CEO, that has now been amended?
That is correct.
Now,
sorry, can I just clarify that answer? It hasn't been amended to date. There's been a recommendation or a proposal.
where I'm coming to. Now,
So this document that's on the screen is current as we're sitting here today, but there's been some recommendations around the Office of the CEO component.
Exactly.
Is anything else under active consideration to your
Yes.
understanding?
It is.
I might be jumping ahead.
this particular organisational structure, it reflects the change which was agreed and implemented of abolishing 2 directorates
That is correct.
and introducing this new section called the Office of the CEO.
That is correct.
What, if I again put it broadly, is in possibly a state of flux is what appears below the green boxes.
That is correct.
Now, if we concentrate on the Office of the CEO, there is evidence before the Commissioner about what is included in tranche number 2 or what is proposed to be included in tranche number 2.
Yes.
Could we bring up, please, LCC.030.003.0001?
Whilst that's happening, that chart that was just on the screen, that was within what you've described as tranche 1?
Yes. Sorry, Commissioner.
That's right.
And this can be live streamed. I'll start with page 1. You've seen this document before.
Certainly have.
And you can see down the bottom, it's got tranche 2, Office of the CEO. Can I just take you to a couple of pages within this document?
Certainly.
Could we first go to page 9, please? We might expand it a little bit, please. No. If we can go back to page 9.
Doc ID 00909.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. Does this set out the general proposed structure for the Office of the Chief Executive, that there's going to be a manager performance and innovation and then a manager strategic projects, and then there's obviously going to be some administrative support?
The only difference that's evolved since this document was produced is where it says manager strategic projects, it's now senior manager strategic projects.
Okay, can we take it in stages?
What's the date of this document? Do we know? Just so I can put the progression in mind.
Could you just excuse me?
Yes.
For a minute? The metadata of the document is that it was created on the 25th of August of this year.
Is that about right? To your
Yeah,
recollection, Mr. Knappick, it came out about late August?
That was what was in my head. So, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Now, within those 2 in a sense, sub-teams, we've got the performance and innovation team. And if we move to page 10, you can see there the proposed structure under the management of other positions, and there you've got the Audit and Risk Committee off to the right, which is not obviously a direct report either way. And then reporting to the manager, you've got the 4 different leaders.
Correct.
Is your understanding, is this proposal for the structure of the performance and innovation team, is that still in place?
Yes.
And then if we move to page 12, and we might expand that. Oh, yes, that's correct. It's 0012. If we can expand that a little bit, this is the strategic projects team. And you've got the manager, and then underneath you've got, I think it's 6 different divisions or groups all headed by a designation of head of. So head of strategic property, head of strategic precincts, head of strategic revenue. You see that?
You see that?
And then under some of those, we've got new roles of strategic properties coordinator, strategic revenue coordinator, etc. Now, your evidence is that this has been amended by now it's proposed that there's going to be a senior manager, strategic projects.
Correct. That's one of the differences from this first document.
Has this particular proposed organisational structure for the strategic projects team, has that been changed further?
Yes, it has.
I can ask you about it, but do you know, is that in a document somewhere?
Yes, there was a document that was put out for consultation to the entire staff that showed what was proposed about, I think it's about 5 weeks ago now, and it is a refined version of this. It's not exactly like this is an earlier version.
Can you just excuse me? May be difficult to do this in words, but you've identified that it's now going to be headed by a senior manager. Can you recall the other changes?
Yes. Under the head of strategic property,
Yep.
there's another line. It has one, as you can see, there's strategic properties coordinator. There's another line coming out of that to what's called the property team. The head of strategic precincts has been reassessed, and it's called strategic opportunities. The strategic revenue one is, as is shown there. Strategic procurement one is no longer in this team. This is in the proposal. Economic development is as is, and the head of strategic communications is no longer there.
Is no longer there.
No longer there.
As in no longer,
In the proposed structure.
is it to be somewhere else in the
Yes,
organisation?
correct.
And the same with,
Strategic procurement as well
is the same,
will also exist elsewhere within the organisation.
And when you say elsewhere within the organisation, is it proposed that those positions either move back or continue to be in one of the 4 established directorates?
In one of the 4 established directorates.
are they new positions or are they existing positions that are being maybe altered in some way, whether by title or function or otherwise, and then the real issue is where they sit with in the organisation, or are these new positions that are being created?
The head of strategic property and the head of economic development and strategy are current positions. The head of, as I said, it's not called strategic precincts, it's called strategic opportunities, and the head of strategic revenue are brand new positions.
And procurement and communications, they're functions that currently exist?
Yes, as the title says, it's to give them a greater strategic focus rather than solely an operational focus.
So 5 weeks ago, approximately, a revised structure was distributed to the workforce.
That's correct.
And is the proposal, and sorry, the reason why it was distributed to the workforce is part of consultation.
Correct.
Do we have that document?
No, we're
Mr.
looking.
Parrish, I think you might assume that you'll get a summons for it at morning tea if it could be produced so that at least Mr. Knappick might be able to identify it before he leaves today. I'd be most grateful.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
We might have to add to it as the morning goes on. What is the consultation process for this type of matter within the organisation?
Commissioner, these are outlined in the award.
Yes.
We're required to provide 28 days consultation.
What form does it take?
It takes a couple of forms. First part of the consultation is us informing the affected staff. Because this was a new unit, we told the whole organisation. If it just affects a particular directorate or team, we only tell them. That's done generally through a verbal communication by the manager or director with HR support, where the team are brought together. If individuals affected, then individuals are met with one-on-one as to how they are personally impacted by it. And then at the same time, on the same day, letters sent out to the relevant unions as well with all the said documents. Also, all the said documents, including the new position descriptions and the new structure, are loaded up on the organisation.
So that's telling the organisation what's proposed.
Yes.
What's the mechanism for
Yeah.
the other way of the
Yes, sir.
part of the communication process?
So staff are encouraged to provide their communication through various means. One is obviously through their direct line management. Another one is that we have set up a specific email account where people give feedback or consultation at liverpool.com sort of thing. And then we also receive feedback, which I assume comes via union members, via the union and then plus as well. So we receive feedback in all of those ways. For example, on this, some individuals have come and met with me personally or with some of my staff. And we have received, because the consultation period on this structure has closed now, we've received a reasonable amount of feedback from people, either through our email account or via the unions or directly. And that's all been consolidated into a report, for want of a better word, for the CEO and executive.
So you or your team gathers the feedback and presents it to the
Correct.
executive leadership team for their consideration.
Correct.
Is there any difference between that process and a more wholesale organisational review and restructure like Tranche 1?
So I'm not sure I understand your question.
So you've described in that answer, if it's one directorate that's affected, you'll communicate to the directorate or perhaps some targeted consultation with affected staff. What's the process for when you have a more wholesale organisational review and restructure like we saw with Tranche 1, where directorates are being eliminated and people might be moved around? Is it much the same or is it different?
Procedurally, it's the same. The group of people that you inform and consult with can be different because not everyone is affected in the same way. So if you look at the first tranche, clearly certain directorates that were folded in were consulted on more thoroughly than people who were in directorates or in teams that were really unaffected by it.
Does that consultation give the staff as a whole, whether directly affected in your words or not, the opportunity to say, hey, we actually think that's a bad idea to fold that directorate? And
that's some of the feedback we get back. You know, usually people are quite specific rather than broad.
Yeah.
They talk about individual departments, teams or roles, and they will say what they do or don't like. Some individuals have ideas as to what it should be as well.
Because although a directorate might not be affected in the sense that there might not be a material change to that directorate, I take it that directorates collaborate across the organisation and work with each other on various things.
Of course. And people, you know, for example, in Tranche 1, the organisation knew broadly what was happening, and other people, of course, can use the consultation email address, for example, and the proposal is on the intranet, which is available to it.
Were things like workshops or information sessions held?
Well, the information sessions for those that are affected. So if a particular department or directorate is affected, then yes, a information session is held with those individuals,
But not for other staff.
not for others who are considered unaffected. Excuse me.
Just taking this through stages, this particular structure, it would be incorrect to say that structure as at the 25th of August of this year had been finalised and approved.
I wouldn't use that language. I'd say that was a proposal which then hadn't been finalised because at that time we didn't put it out for further consultation, and executive management decided to change things around, which resulted in the one that was sent out 5 weeks ago.
All right, can I first bring up document LCC.032.001.0030, please? Yes, please. This is an email from Mr. Breton dated the 21st of July of this year, subject to transformation stage 2. You can see that there is an attachment, proposed strategic projects office, proposed performance and innovation office. And if we can move down the page, addressed to team, it refers to stage 1, the move from 6 to 4, which came into effect on the 1st of July. Then consultation has commenced, purpose of stage 2, etc. And then down the bottom, we've got consultation will occur as per the award and relevant unions. So we've got that email from Mr. Breton, which attaches a structure. And then we've got, if I can bring up another email from Mr. Breton dated, document LCC.032.001.0029. And it can be live streamed. And you can see this is a message from Mr. Breton dated the 7th of October 2025. He then says, we now provide the position descriptions and full structural change for your feedback. And then if you go down the document, you can see click here to access organisational structure and the position descriptions. And our understanding is that the organisational structure is to be found in document LCC.032.001.0031. Are you having problems? I'll just confirm LCC.032.001.0031. just while we're finding that, it refers to position descriptions. Your understanding of the position descriptions, for which positions have they been created?
The positions in that proposed structure of the Office of CEO.
So where there was a reference to, I think, head of strategic, I think you now say it's opportunities.
Yes.
There would be a position description for that particular role.
Correct.
And if underneath the structure there was another a position directly reporting to that head, has that position description been created?
That's correct. There's a couple in there that you'll see where it says the team. I mentioned the property team and the economic and development team. They're current teams with current roles in them. They're not being consulted on in terms of the position descriptions, because the whole team is just moving its line of reporting. The roles are not proposed to be changed. So those PDs would not, position descriptions would not be there.
All right.
So the consultation process extends not just to the structure, but to the content of the position descriptions for new roles?
That is correct. Or amended role.
Is there a threshold where a role changes to kick in this is an obligation under the award, I take it? Is it to consult on these things? So if it's a slight change to a role, it might be different from a material change?
It would, but, you know, generally in wanting to be transparent, we would provide those new PDs in the examples I've gave. It's just the team and whoever they report to moving into the office.
Yes.
So roles are still the same.
Yes, so the consultation is where they would sit within the organisation rather than those roles which are staying largely the same.
Correct.
I understand.
We've got it. Yes, please. Now, the documents being provided to the inquiry, this is the proposed structure that was annexed or linked to the message from the CEO of the 7th of October 2025. Can you see, looking at it, it differs from your description?
Yes, it does.
I think the head of strategic precincts is still there. Head of strategic communications is still there.
And head of strategic procurement
is still there. The structure that you described is different from that.
That's correct.
Can you explain when was it created, and is it part of the consultation process? Because this appears to be the structure that was circulated via Mr. Bretton's message.
Yes, so the message that was put out to staff, and I can't recollect exactly that message, whether it's that one or whether there's been another one, has a structure that is aligned with what I've said.
Your oral evidence. So we should be looking at a message from Mr. Bretton with some kind of attachment or link to a further revised structure for the office of the CEO.
Correct.
Sent sometime after the 7th of October, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
And is it your understanding that that latter communication with the revised structure is the one that members of staff have been consulted about and have been providing feedback to you?
That is correct.
This is tranche number 2 of the organisational restructure. Is there anticipated to be a stage 3?
There is.
And what will be encompassed by stage 3?
There's some of that has commenced.
Yep.
And it is changes within individual directorates. So certain directorates are realigning certain teams within those directorates, or redesigning roles within teams.
redundancies may be a result of that process?
Yes, it may.
Are you at the stage with respect of stage number 3 where certain employees have been provided with your role as at risk communication?
Yes, that's correct.
So with those particular employees, you will be looking at possibly whether they could be redeployed in a role within the office of the CEO.
If they have the skills and experience.
Well, yes, that's kind of a given, or maybe somewhere else within another directorate or somewhere else within the organisation.
Correct.
And this may seem a bit obvious, but where you have an employee whose role is at risk and you are looking at redeployment, for that redeployment to have any possible effect, you have to have identified an alternative role where they could be redeployed to.
Yes, correct.
And so in looking at possible redundancies, before you can really look at can this employee be redeployed to this particular role, you need to confirm the structure of the office of the CEO.
Yes, so we're still obviously in the consultation process because we have yet to go through all the feedback and assess it fairly and equitably as to whether it provides potentially good ideas about how it could eventually fall.
It might change.
It may change. That's the point of consultation, yes.
And so what I'm saying, it may seem to be, in the words of Basil Fawlty, the bleeding obvious, but before you can offer a redeployment to an employee, you actually have, in a sense, in concrete, a role with a position description which is part of the council structure.
That is correct. We need to finalise the office of the CEO structure. At this very point, as of today, it's not finalised because the consultation feedback hasn't been assessed and analysed as yet. When it is assessed and analysed and a final structure is put forward, it will go forward to both the staff through the JCC process and other parties, and then action will start to progress. If there are still certain individuals that are at risk and are now, yes, definitely affected, then they may be redeployed or they may be redundant.
Under the Act and the award, if you are in a position where an employee's position is going to be made redundant, you look at redeployment and you identify a role to which that employee can be redeployed, and that employee is willing to be redeployed. Can that employee be appointed to that position without the position being publicly advertised or going through the usual recruitment process that you follow where you are trying to fill a permanent role?
That's correct.
And sorry,
I'm sorry to interrupt, just so I'm clear. When you say the office of the CEO structure hasn't been finalised, is it the organisational structure component that hasn't been finalised, whether each of these positions will exist at all that hasn't been finalised, or is it somewhere in between, perhaps?
It could be everything in between and all extremes because, well, my view of consultation is you look at everything that people have said, their arguments for and against, and it may result in a role or a stream of work changing. It may result in a whole rethink of it. I'm sorry, Commissioner, we don't know that as yet.
No, I understand. Perhaps hence my question. But I understood earlier, and I might have misheard you, but there are some current existing positions in this structure.
There is.
So could the consultation process result in those positions being abolished or moved to another part of the organisation?
That could take place. So, for example, the strategic property and economic development strategy role, certainly there is feedback, as I understand, in relation to those areas as part of this consultation process, and that would, of course, there's degrees of the likeliness of the could,
Yes.
of that changing,
And going to another part
going
of
to another part of the business.
But the consultation, what's out for consultation isn't whether these roles should be abolished, it's where they should sit. Is that, have I understood, have I got the right end of it?
It's all of that. It's saying we believe this is how the office of the CEO should exist. This is what could potentially sit in there. People may come back and say, we don't believe we need an economic development strategy team at all. People can say that. Whether we assess that as a reasonable claim, or a reasonable thing to do based on the business needs is another thing. And yes, there's a team that exists there. But it's unlikely we'll get feedback like that. Usually most of the feedback is around the fact that it's new, and particularly around the newer roles. Those that are more established, it is rare to get feedback around those. They're more likely to give feedback around their reporting line or funding to do what they're doing in this sort of environment. I don't want to restrict it by saying, people can't comment on anything to do with what is put out there. They can comment as much as they like.
What has been accepted and is a given is that there's going to be an office of the CEO.
Yes, that's the expectation. Yes, yes.
And your answer to the Commissioner is, with this consultation, it is a possibility that the consultation may result in a complete change to the proposed structure of the CEO.
Of course, yes. That's with any consultation on any department. It can range, there might be a 10% chance of that happening or a 90% chance of that happening, but yes.
You'd put it less than 10%, I take it.
Excuse me?
You'd put it at less than 10%.
I think there's enough feedback to suggest that there'll be some changes here.
Can I ask you about that feedback process? The feedback, you spoke about some staff members coming to speak to you directly.
Yes.
Have there also been concerns or issues raised by the union?
The union letter, which I have, one union who have written to us in relation to this, have asked a number of questions in their reply. And we recognise those questions and we will consider that as part of the consultation analysis of all the feedback received.
Which union?
The United Services Union, USU.
What's the next stage with the consultation? You're getting the feedback.
Yes.
Who else is getting feedback? Is it only you who is getting feedback?
My team received the feedback because it needs to be collated, and that's been done. That feedback now in the collated format, as in the form of a report, will be provided to primarily the CEO, but he will discuss it with his executive as to the commentary and themes and issues that arise out of that feedback. And from that, they will make decisions as to what changes they think are good ideas as to how this is potentially structured.
All right. So at the moment, one of your teams is doing the collating with the aim of providing a report to the CEO.
Correct.
That goes to the CEO. Your anticipation is with his executive leadership team, that is then discussed.
Correct.
And then it is up to the CEO what he takes, what, if anything, he takes on board, and what, if any, changes he makes to the structure after that.
Correct.
And if there are changes adopted, does it have to go through the process again, or can the CEO say, after consultation, I've decided to, my words, not anyone else's, so no one should get too excited, move the head of strategic procurement back in or over to sit in Mr. Portelli's directorate, and I'm just going to, that doesn't have to go back out to consultation? or does it?
I wouldn't think that does.
Yeah.
It depends on the extensiveness on it.
Yes.
There's wholesale changes across this, and it looks significantly different from what people expected, then yes, we would need to consult again. If it's, as you've given Commissioner, example of a particular role, then no, we'd say that particular role has come back and on due consideration, it's decided it'll move into a particular directorate, and you'd move forward with saying, now we go to the Joint Consultative Committee process and say, well, you know, there's been some tweaks, if I can use that terminology, to this structure, and we put that through for, you know, your thoughts.
That was going to be my next question. Assuming that after the report goes to the CEO, he makes some tweaks, before it is implemented, it's got to go to the Joint Consultative Committee.
That's correct.
That's an opportunity for further feedback,
It can be, yeah.
which can be accepted or rejected.
That's true.
There's no veto by the Joint Consultative Committee possessors.
That is correct.
And then once the final structure of the Office of the CEO is settled, it's then going to be a matter of employing people in the various roles.
Yes, so we undertake a timing assessment. My team would probably assist the relevant managers, directors as to when things would take place. You don't do it all at once. You'd maybe take a sequential approach. For example, with the one that you have on the screen, you'd say, well, it's probably advisable to employ the strategic projects role at the very top first, and then they may help, you would hope, in employing the people underneath, unless there was some pressing need to get one of the roles in place very quickly. And you'd move through that process on what we call a Gantt chart, a time schedule, as to how you would go forward with that.
The position with filling the roles, as part of this consultative process, there should be a position description for the particular role, which ultimately is either agreed or put in place by the CEO.
Yes, the position descriptions are actually included as part of the consultation.
But there can be comments on that, and there could be some changes to the position descriptions.
Certainly.
The salary that is going to be paid to that particular position is, and this is more a general question, but using this as an example, where you have a role created or a new role created within the council, as part of that process, do you have to identify within the salary structure the particular grade and level that this position fits into?
Yes, so roles are based upon the position description, are graded using a grading system methodology and given a grade and a level. That's for all roles that are below manager level. Managers are a separate structure within our salary scale. Yeah.
All right, so the senior manager is in a separate structure. The separate structure for managers, does it have grades and levels as well?
It has, excuse me, sorry, it has levels. But again, a lot of our managers' position descriptions, we get independently assessed by an external provider. So
that was going to be my next question. There's evidence before the Commissioner of certain positions receiving what's been described as a market salary or a market value salary.
Yes, because the salary scales are somewhat old, and so they don't reflect the market in which you're trying to hire a person.
But to reflect the market, you need information about what the market pays.
Exactly.
And is the process that at times has been adopted by the council of adopting an organisation like Mercer to do an evaluation of the role?
Yes, we use Mercer for managerial roles in terms of salary determination.
And then within that, evaluation, Mercer will use their market survey of a particular role and give an indication of particular range of salaries for this
That is
role.
correct.
And then does that govern the salary level that will then be offered to the potential employee?
Yes, it is one piece of the puzzle, because it's based upon the role. But when you're working out the salary for an employee, you're also bringing into it the background, experience and skills and capabilities of the individual, negotiations that happen between an employer and employee. All those things come into play.
But those matters, those last matters that you referred to, they're outside the Mercer evaluation.
They are.
Is it a band that you get from is it Mercer?
Yeah, Mercer, MERCER.
Thank you. The
Is the name of the
Mercer gives a
organisation.
band for a position or
They break it up into percentiles.
I see.
So what they do is they'll say this job can be anywhere between, let's say, 150 and 220,000. The 33 percentile is X dollars, 50 percentile is there. And then you have to sort of determine where you sit. Councils often tend towards the lower percentile because public money. But of course, the compromise of that is that, people who are skilled in that area, who are maybe after the higher end salaries, you're not potentially going to get them.
And is it that within that band or around that band that Mercer might identify for a particular role that things like experience in the area and performing that function is also taken into account?
Board commissioner, it's about 5 to 10 pages
I see.
where they assess the role and analyse why they said this or that about it.
And managers, this is used for managers and
Yes.
directors also?
Yes.
What's the difference between a senior manager and a manager?
I suppose levels of accountability and responsibility, and that's generally reflected also. Like in this particular example, the senior manager would have people here that would be manager level where it says head reporting into them. So it's a senior manager who has a number of managers reporting into.
Is it a role that's used within the council more generally as opposed to what's proposed in this office?
Not at Liverpool, but it's being used in other councils I'm aware of.
I see. And so does that, from that, do I take it sits between a director and a manager
That's
in
exactly
a
right.
more traditional council style?
Yes, and it has higher levels of accountability and responsibility than other managerial roles.
Might be called assistant director in a different council.
Yes, many organisations have many more naming conventions from a CEO to an officer
Yes.
than councils have.
Yeah.
It is quite unique that way.
Just to finish this off before the break, we do have some Mercer reports on particular positions. They seem to produce remuneration, that they do a work value points, and then they provide information under the general market data of the 25th percentile, 37.5th percentile, and then the 50th percentile. That seems to be in common with all reports to council.
Yes, that's what Mercer traditionally does.
So, and does that reflect the evidence you just gave to the Commissioner that in asking Mercer to do this assessment, you're asking them to look at the market, but at kind of the 50th percentile and lower?
Yes, that they know we operate in local government business. They know we're generally not going to pay at the upper end of the market, and they assess the role based on the position description, making sure they're very clear on what the role is by speaking to the manager of the particular role and getting a greater detail around that, and then their knowledge of the market that they source, how they do.
In your answer about how you determine a salary at market, you then mentioned that there's a role of negotiations between the particular manager and the potential employee, and also matters such as the potential employees, work experience, etc., those second and third aspects, are there any guidelines provided to managers or directors engaged in such a negotiation as to what they should look for or how it inputs into the salary offered?
Only verbal advice.
And who gives the verbal advice?
Either myself or people in my team.
And what generally does the verbal advice cover?
It's regarding what's reasonable, having a look at the person's position description, what they say is the person's capability and suitability and need for the role, what the Mercer evaluation has said. So all those factors come into play.
Commissioner, is that an appropriate time?
Yes, Mr. Knappick, we're just going to take a break. Feel free to stretch your legs, and we'll resume at noon.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Knappick, just some questions to close off my questions before the break. Where an employee's role has been earmarked to be made redundant and you're looking at redeployment of that employee, the new role, is there any restriction on the redeployment of the employee to the role if it's a completely new position within the council? So as a theoretical example, if you've got an employee whose role it might be in the strategic property area, might be earmarked for redundancy, can they be redeployed into one of the new heads of strategic property without that going out to following normal recruitment processes?
I can't recall anything that would impede that happening, that the person would be able to go into a new role if they have the requisite skills and experience appropriate to the role and it's at reasonable level in terms of comparability, and they have lost their prior job, may have been made redundant, they could be redeployed into that role without having to go to market because they've got the requisite skills and capabilities and experience. But I stand to be corrected if there's something in a policy or a document that I can't recall at this very moment that says otherwise.
Because the award, my reading of the award, and I think it's clause 43, raises the possibility of redeployment really in respect of an employee whose role's becoming redundant, do they have a right to severance pay?
Yes.
And I think as we discussed earlier this morning, strictly read, the award would seem to deny that employee the right to severance pay if they can be redeployed to a position within the employer's organisation structure of comparable skill and accountability levels and at remuneration no less than the position previously held by the employee.
And that would be my understanding.
I know there's still consultation going on, but within Civic Place, could you just remind me, we've heard some evidence about this. Currently, what levels in Civic Place does the council occupy?
8, 9, 10 and 11.
One level is the council chambers.
Sorry, if we're including that, yes, that's down on level 1, I think, or upper ground, I think it's called.
So the offices of council staff plus the mayor, they are on levels 8, 9, 10 and 11.
Correct.
And at the moment, which level is the mayor on?
11.
And what about the CEO?
11.
Anybody else on 11?
Yes, that's where Sea Futures Directorate was located before it was folded in. There are still staff sitting up there, obviously because it's available space within the 4 floors.
And then 8, 9 and 10, are they occupied by other operational staff?
Yes, other directorates.
Has the council turned their mind to when the office of the CEO is established and the various positions are populated, where they will be situated within Civic Place?
I haven't heard great discussions around that. It would seem obvious to me that the space that is now available on 11 would be utilised by such staff.
Mr. Breton's on that level, isn't he?
He is, that's correct.
And on level 11, is there some way of preventing the mayor or any other councillor or the deputy mayor from moving into areas where operational staff work?
Yes, there is.
And how's that achieved?
The design of level 11 allows people to go from the lifts down to an area where there is the council boardroom. There's a councillor, like a workout or breakout area that they can utilise at their will, and the mayor's office and the CEO's office. The staff section is behind another wall, which you can only get into with a pass.
And I take it the mayor, deputy mayor and councillors, they're not provided with a pass that would give them access. And with employment within the council, where there is a proposal to employ somebody on a temporary contract, that is how that can be done is governed by the Act.
Yes, there's mention of temporary employment in there for periods of up to 12 months.
Also the award.
Yes, there's mention in there about temporary employment as well.
And that sets out the reasons for employing somebody on a temporary contract.
Exactly.
And then finally, any recruitment policies of the council.
Correct.
Excuse me for a minute. I want to ask you some questions about a position which was, I think, resurrected, if that's the appropriate word, in April 2023. That is the position of the senior advisor. Now, can I just confirm, around April 2023, you were working there, but not as an employee of council?
Correct.
Through the agency arrangement you described?
Correct.
But fulfilling the role that you currently occupy?
Correct.
Now, the position was, it was a position that apparently existed a number of years ago, but was, in a sense, resurrected or created in 2022. In 2023, in April, Shayne Mallard was offered the position.
I understand he held the position. My recollection was before April 23, but if that's the records you have, it was
No, if you don't agree with it.
My recollection, I was very new, obviously, was that Shayne Mallard was in that position when I commenced.
That was in January.
Yes, I started on the 3rd of January. That's my recollection.
All right. could we bring up document LCC.001.006.0015? Yes, please. Now, this is a letter addressed to Mr. Mallard. It's dated the 3rd of April 2023. And can you see, I'm pleased to offer you a full-time temporary appointment to the position, and it's 1490 within the office of the CEO. Sorry, could we just take that down from the live streaming? Excuse me.
We'll just show it in the room if there's a concern about salaries.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it might have been dealt with in public previously, but in fairness to Mr. Mallard, who's not here, we'll just deal with it in the room.
Sorry, I was expecting it to be.
I actually think it dealt with in public briefly before, but we'll just be careful. So we can have the document back, but not live streamed. Thank you.
Can you see in the second paragraph, there's a reference to a market rate salary?
Correct.
And that reflects that although there has probably been within the salary structure a grade and level identified for the position, Mr. Mallard is receiving a market rate.
Yes.
And then if we keep on going, then there's a reference to car, etc. And then can I take you to your temporary employment based on the provisions of clause 35 term contracts of the local government award is for the life of a specific task or project.
Yes,
You see that?
I see that, yeah.
What was the specific task or project that Mr. Mallard was being employed?
My understanding of Mr. Mallard's role is that he was providing advice on a range of policy matters to Mr. Ajaka. That's as much as I knew. I didn't have much to do at that point in time with Mr. Mallard when he was fulfilling these duties. We were in our old building. He was on a different floor from me. My understanding is that I don't know what specific task or project he was doing, but he was giving policy advice to the CEO.
To allow the creation of a temporary contract and to come within the terms of then clause 35, I think it's now clause 36 of the award.
Yes.
Is there a requirement for the person seeking the creation of the role and the creation of the temporary contract to specifically identify the specific task or project?
Yes, usually what happens is that there is a memo prepared by the relevant line manager that outlines why they need this role, why it needs to be temporary, the nature of the role and what it's to do, and then that goes up the chain of command and signed off by a different level.
All right, in respect of Mr. Mallard, line manager would have been?
Well, my understanding would be it would have been the CEO at the time.
All right. And in creating the role within the organisational structure and then the temporary contract, are you or one of your team provided with the memo?
Often we help the line manager prepare the memo. You know, they know the content, but we say this is what the structure of a typical memo is, you know, put it together. We might help them put it together and then it goes, sometimes they do it alone, depends on their experience with doing it.
But do you keep a copy of the memo within the recruitment file?
That's right.
Of the particular ultimately successful employee?
Yes, that's the file I would think it was kept in, but it's certainly kept in some file. Yes.
So if a notice is issued seeking such a memo, in respect of, and of course, we've heard evidence of a number of appointments, direct appointments on a temporary contract. There should be underlining that some form of memo which identifies how within clause 35 of the award it justifies the creation of the position.
That's correct.
But it not just there might be a distinction between creation of the position and appointment to an existing position on a temporary basis.
No, that's correct, Commissioner. Putting to one side a creation of a position, and I suppose with Mr. Mallard, it was the resurrection or revitalising of a position that I think existed back in about 2012. But you can have somebody appointed on a temporary fixed term contract for roles that already exist.
Yes, for up to 12 months.
And if a person is being appointed to such a temporary position, clause 35 or now clause 36 of the award should be complied with.
Yeah.
And the reason for the appointment on that temporary basis should be identified in a memo.
Yes, that we need it for X reason.
Is the requirement to identify the need for the recruitment on a temporary basis, is that something that flows from the award or from a council policy?
It's more council practice. I think
is it in a
the
policy?
award says that, you know, you can't directly appoint, obviously, for a period longer than 12 months.
Yes, which flows from the.
We then say, well, people need to justify that. And so hence the memo that I've been speaking to.
Is the requirement for the memo set out in some council policy somewhere?
I don't know exactly, I would
Right.
assume so, but it's certainly the practice since I've been there.
If it's not in a policy somewhere, should it be?
Yes, if it's not in the policy, then yes, it would be good for it to be actually written formally in there, but it's certainly it's meant to be the practice.
And why is that a good practice in your view?
Because it ensures that the line manager justifies why they need it only temporarily and that they're not offering this on a permanent or full-time basis to the labour market. So it ensures a sense of reflection by the line managers. Well, what do I really need this for? And why is it so critical?
Do I take it there might be some good reasons why a temporary appointment would be appropriate?
Most definitely.
Can you give me some examples?
There may be some project or event or issue that's suddenly arisen that needs immediate attention, and you need just that issue or project resolved. You know that it can be done in less than 12 months. It might be 6 or 4 for that matter. And you know somebody who can do it, and you need them to come in, get the work done and get an outcome and a result. And then they can go off and do what they need to do in their other employment. We don't need somebody to be there constantly over long doing that role. And then eventually one day when you realise you don't need it, making them redundant, that's also unfair. So you're making sure it's very clear up front to the person. We just need somebody to do this for a temporary period of time so they know what they're getting into when they apply or get this role, that it's of a temporary nature.
What about temporary appointments to existing positions? What might be some reasons why that might occur?
That you just cannot do with somebody not filling that role and knowing that recruitment takes some time to fill that role, and you've got to have somebody in there, the person has left, and you know you're going to be 2 to 3 months without somebody in the role. You need somebody to keep doing that work because it's a team or a function can't work without somebody there.
And the point of the memo is to identify these matters that you've been explaining to me. And you mentioned 2 to 3 months. Is that, I know no recruitment process is probably the same as any other, but is that a reasonable average from start to finish?
Yes. Liverpool Council has a very good turnaround rate these days. It takes us on average 44 days to recruit. For government, that's good. Other government departments I've worked in have generally been 60 plus. So I, as the head of the department, am very pleased with that.
Is that improved over your
Yes,
tenure?
over the time that I've been there, that has improved significantly. We were well over 50 first started, not long.
We'll just bring up INQ.012.001.00007. This can be live streamed. This is the current award, so we're looking at clause 36. And it's at page 0086. And clause 36. That's the relevant clause, and as some of the examples that you've identified to the Commissioner for the life of a specific task or project.
Yes.
And your evidence is that if you're relying on that provision, that should be identified in the memo.
Right.
Then B is to perform duties associated with an externally funded position. C, to perform the duties associated with a vacant position until the vacant position is filled on a permanent basis, provided that the duration is no longer than is reasonably necessary to undertake recruitment for the vacant position. Now, if you're relying upon that, does that anticipate that the position becomes vacant? The recruitment process, in a sense, is started, but in the meantime, you appoint somebody for the, I think you said 44 or 50 days that it usually takes to appoint a person permanently to that position.
Yes. I would add to that the recruitment process hasn't necessarily started. So the recruitment process for that position is reliant on the line manager, not on the recruitment team, because it's their role in their department. So hopefully they will say, well, now we need to start recruitment, and then my recruitment team will initiate the recruitment process through a request to recruit form. If the line manager doesn't do that, yes, it could slip through and not be realised until a report is produced out of my team that shows that the role is still vacant. And then my team have to undertake the role of chasing people up.
And then I won't take you through all of those, but you can see that there are other specific examples, for example, to temporarily, replace an employee on approved leave, to trial a new work area, provided that the duration is no longer than is reasonably necessary to trial the new work area. And then G, to perform duties associated with a vacant position during the intervening period between when the employer has made a definite decision to introduce major changes in production, program, organisational structure or technology that, we can keep on going, are likely to have significant effects on the employment in the vacant position, and etc. Is there any procedure within the council that where a position becomes vacant, there is some way of giving priority to an already existing employee that they can move into the position in an acting role while the recruitment process is initiated and followed?
Yes, that sometimes happens. People take on what's called higher grade duties and they would act in the role until such time as the recruitment process takes on.
In that answer, you said that sometimes occurs. What I was interested in is within the council, if a position becomes vacant, any procedure whereby the first step in the process of appointing somebody in that position is, in a sense, given to current staff. They have, in a sense, first dibs in a way.
Internally advertised first,
Yeah.
which sometimes happens in other government.
Yeah, sometimes it is internally advertised first through an expression of interest process, and they may take it up in a temporary period because of some of these reasons that are listed here.
What dictates whether it is internally advertised? Because there's some evidence before the Commission of roles where it appears that somebody external is directly appointed to the role on a temporary contract, and there does not seem to be any evidence of it being internally advertised or raised with current staff. So is it a matter of discretion of the line manager?
Exactly. So it's a discretion of the line manager who assesses, I would think, in their personal assessment, the capability of staff to be able to step up and do that role, whether they have the skills and capabilities, the essential need to fill it quickly, and for some of the reasons as outlined.
Is there a recruitment or a policy that deals with the recruitment processes within the
Yes,
council?
there is.
What's it called?
The recruitment policy, I think, or recruitment and appointment policy.
We've got two of them.
Okay, all right. I just couldn't find it on the website, but I might have been not
There's-
reading it correctly.
There was a new one that was introduced in July of this year.
That's correct.
That's right. Yeah, don't go off course. Someone might just email it to me.
Now, just with Mr. Mallard's position, and I didn't want to spend too much time on it, but as you can see in the letter that I had shown you before, he was appointed, it was a temporary appointment, but at a market rate.
Yes.
And the market rate was on the document that was screened within the hearing room. And then subsequently, that was in April 2023, and subsequently in July 2023, his salary was revised and there was an increase in his salary. I'm hopeless at maths, of another quarter of the original figure. Now, in the documents produced to the inquiry, there appears to be no market evaluation or any, in a sense, independent or external justification for those two salaries. Is that your understanding of the position?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And I know we're talking about in 2023, so a couple of years ago, but was it your understanding that that was the procedure under the, for example, the then current recruitment policy, that the salary, in a sense, could be dictated by the person initiating the temporary appointment of a person to the role?
Yes, it would have to be approved by the CEO.
They, as part of that process, was there any requirement or necessity for them to seek advice from your team about setting the salary?
That was part of the difficulty. There wasn't a necessity for it. That would be right practice, in my view, was to seek HR's advice.
Yes.
At the time over that particular incident that's been raised, advice would have been sought via my director, and I probably would have said, this needs to be done in X, but
That didn't happen.
the line manager would have said, this is the salary.
You're talking hypothetically in that answer. That happened? I see. Does the current policy have a requirement for line managers to seek advice from you or your team when setting salaries?
I can't recall, to be honest. I
That's
have to
right.
go back into the
That's
policy.
perfectly-
We did do a number of refinements in the policy to improvement, and we continue to look at it to refine it to this day. So I think it's an improved policy. It could do probably with further refinement.
But I take it you think that's a best practice approach.
Most definitely.
If you can just excuse me for a minute. Now, as you know, Mr. Mallard was appointed to the Director of City Futures. And again, I think the rough date is about August 2023. So the position of Senior Advisor, role 1490, was then vacant.
Correct.
I want to bring up a document. If you don't live stream it to begin with, because I'm hoping there's been some redactions, LCC.010.009.9343. If we just move towards the bottom of that document, I'll see if there's a redaction. Yes, there has been. Terrific. Can you live stream it, please? And if we can go to the top of the document. This is dated the 6th of September, addressed to Mr. Ajaka from Mr. Mallard. And the subject is engagement of Betty Bustani on a 12-month temporary contract.
Yes.
And then if we can move down the document, again, just jumping through it, identifies the position of Senior Advisor needs to be filled, talks about Ms. Bustani's background and experience. And then if we move right down to the bottom, the recommendation, that is on a 12-month temporary contract. And then there's an appropriate ATRP of, and you can see.
Yes, I roughly know what the amount
You
is.
know what the amount is? And the amount is greater than the amount that Mr. Mallard was receiving when he received his revised salary in July 2023.
Correct.
And sorry, if you need to see the unredacted version, just let us know.
I have a rough idea what the number.
And then it says incorporating base salary plus superannuation plus car allowance will be negotiated with the applicant. And if we look at the right, we just have on the right, there's a position for Mr. Nadan, the Chief Financial Officer, and if we, yes, to either tick not endorsed or endorsed, that's empty. And then we've got Mr. Ajaka's signature and date. The potential for Mr. Nadan as Chief Financial Officer to tick not endorsed or endorsed, I anticipate that's because he can look at the current state of the finances of the council and see if it is afforded.
That is correct.
It wasn't completed on this form. Is that automatically done? Or is I'm just wondering, it's not completed by Mr. Nadan. Was his endorsement optional or?
No, I assume that was an active decision by him not to sign it.
Why do you assume that?
Because of the differences in the salary.
What has led you to the assumption that he saw this and then decided not to sign it one way or the other? which is what I understand your
because his
essence to be.
signature isn't there. There is no space for my signature or my director's signature either.
Should there be?
I would think so.
Is it? Do you see memos like this in your role from time to time?
Yes.
And are they sent to you for your endorsement?
Usually they have my director on there, and then my director will send them to me and say, can you advise as to whether I should approve or not?
That's Mr. Portelli,
That's correct.
and it didn't happen here.
No, it didn't.
Did it happen when Mr. Mallard was first appointed?
Sorry, I can't recall that one. Certainly, obviously, is sitting here. Didn't.
Again, is there a procedure where somebody is being appointed, for example, on a temporary contract, at a salary which doesn't reflect the grading for the position within the salary structure, that first the Chief Financial Officer's view or endorsement should be obtained?
Yes.
And where's that contained?
Well,
Or is it more a practice?
it's a practice, sorry, a protocol that is what normally happened when I walked into the organisation and what I have seen done in other scenarios.
And also, is it your anticipation that either you would be somehow copied into it, or at least Mr. Portelli would have been copied into it, so that it ensures that there's input from you or somebody within your team?
That's exactly right.
And again, that latter requirement, is it your understanding that that's just part of like the practice, or is it actually included in a policy or procedure?
I'm not going to say it's not in a policy and procedure. It may well be. I'd have to go back and read it. But it certainly was the practice with a number of roles that came through during 2023 for temporary or direct appointment.
Okay, now the appropriate ATRP, and can you remind me what's ATRP?
Yeah, so the annual total remuneration package, what the words stand for, the acronym. There are different definitions in the broader labour market. It means everything that's included in a person's salary package.
So, for example, base salary, super, car allowance.
All sorts of allowances, and, you know, there might be additional leave provided to people. That's common in the Australian labour market. Within council, ATRP seems to have, which I still struggle with, a definition that means salary plus super. It doesn't mean the car, well, in our area, car allowance is really the only other additional benefit provided. It doesn't include car allowance.
All right. And as we'll probably see, this generated some issue about what Ms. Bustani's salary actually encompassed.
Correct.
So is it with this memo, and can you recall receiving this memo back in September 2023 or seeing it?
I think so, because it would have had to have come to my team in order for them to put her into our payroll system so that she could get paid. And this would be the instigator of that happening.
And again, the appropriate ATPR, which is designated in the last paragraph on that page, again, from the material provided to the inquiry, there doesn't seem to be any independent or market evaluation for that amount.
I would agree with you.
And again, because I think you've been involved, I'm sorry, I withdraw that. And does that confirm your understanding that no such evaluation was undertaken?
In this particular scenario, yes.
If we can then bring up,
Just before you leave that, can we make the document just a little smaller on the screen? Not too small so we can't read it. Yes, that's perfect. Tell me if I'm wrong about this, but I don't see here anything that tells me why there's a need to recruit this position on a temporary basis for 12 months. Am I misreading it in any way? Is there something in the subtext that I'm not picking up?
I'm of similar thinking, Commissioner.
And from your earlier answers, do I take it that in your view, the memo like this should set out the reason why it's being recruited
Yes,
on
why
a
it
temporary basis?
Why it needs to be temporary and yes.
And the period as well, does it extend to the temporary period?
Well, yes, the majority of them take up the benefit of the whole 12 months. But yes, often they might say it's just for 6 months.
Why do they, to use your words, take up the benefit of the whole 12?
Because of the hassle of having to recruit for the role, deal with further employment. It's often with line managers that they just want somebody in there and doing the job.
Yes.
You know, and so if they can extend it, not knowing what might happen during the 12-month period, then they at least know they've got somebody there for that period. It's like a security for getting work done.
For an existing role, though, that would, based on the provision of the award that I was shown earlier, would need some structure around the permanent recruitment process being done in a timely way.
Well, that's right. That's right. And, you know, at the end of the day, a line manager should know their establishment, which is, you know, their staff resources and what is vacant and what needs to be filled and when they should, you know, fill vacant roles. Often what happens is that, particularly in our circumstances, is HR is given the role of having to chase people up saying, why is a role vacant? You know, why aren't you moving on it? It's been sitting there 3, 4, 5 months. And then look, there may be very good reasons as to why, but there may not be as well. So, you know, a line manager is responsible for their staff.
if somebody is employed on a temporary contract for 12 months because the position became vacant and the recruitment process is going to be initiated and then followed through, if the recruitment process is commenced and within the 44 days, another person is identified as the person who should be appointed permanently to the role, you've got somebody there on a temporary contract for potentially number 6 or 7 months. Is there a termination, right to terminate that temporary contract?
Often the wording of those temporary contracts uses the word up to. So we'll say up to 12 months, up to 6 months. And so the person is made well aware that it might not be for the full period.
That's in the contract entered into between the council and the person temporarily appointed. Do you think that using approaching it, start again, by taking advantage of the benefit of the 12 months, to pick up the phrase that you used earlier, do you think that might lead to the type of scenario that you've described where your team is having to chase line managers to progress recruitment some many months after the position first became vacant? And sometimes there might be a good reason why it hasn't progressed, but...
Yes, sometimes there is very good reason for it, and sometimes it's forgetfulness.
Could we bring up first, without live streaming, LCC.010.009.9344?
Is that a process that could be improved to deal with the risk of forgetfulness, to use your word?
I could resolve forgetfulness with a whole range of issues in organisations, I would be worth much money. It is a major problem everywhere.
I'll be a bit more specific. Should there be some directive and policy around what should happen when people are temporarily appointed pending a recruitment process that puts an obligation on line managers to deal with things
That would certainly
within some parameters? And if there are good reasons for the exception,
Yeah.
then that can be dealt with.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of parameters and guidelines, knowing that there are always exceptions.
Quite.
Mm.
Because I have heard some evidence of the 12 months almost running out, and scrambling might be putting it too high, but there needs to then people get their skates on to recruit.
Correct.
And I've heard some evidence about a perception that temporary appointments are used, and then with the advantage of incumbency, people get an advantage in the recruitment process. Do you think that some structures around what should happen to progress recruitments in a timely way, together with justifying why they're being used in the first place, might go some way to dealing with those two issues?
Certainly. In my 30-year career across state and federal government, that is often the case. And externals, I have personal experience of this, are disadvantaged by incumbents who have filled roles for long periods of time on higher grade duties, etc. It's a problem within government, is my view.
And the private sector in some instances.
Yeah,
perhaps.
probably as well.
Now, we can't live stream this because there hasn't been a particular redaction.
Okay, that's okay.
But looking at this, can you see this is a letter to Ms. Bustani? And in the first paragraph, she's being offered a full-time temporary appointment, the position of senior advisor, and that the temporary appointment is effective from 18 September for a period up to 12 months, being 18 September. Then it says it's subject to the availability of work, your suitability in the position and funds. You can then see in the next paragraph, it's the salary that's being offered. And again, that correlates with the memo that I just showed you to Mr. Ajaka with that salary level recommended.
That's the up to provision there in the first paragraph that you were referring to, is it, Mr. Knappick?
Yes,
up to
that's
12
correct.
months subject to availability of work.
For a
So
period up to 12 months.
if the position was permanently filled, the availability of work would disappear, presumably.
That's exactly right.
If we can just move down this first page, there's a paragraph that says your temporary employment based on the provisions of clause 35 term contracts of the local government award is for the role is indicated and the life of those specific tasks or projects. Now that's picking up the wording of the then clause 35 of the award.
It is.
As the Commissioner asked you in the memo, there was no reference to any specific tasks or projects.
That's right.
The inclusion of that paragraph in this statement, is it just, in a sense, referring to clause 35, if I can suggest as a bit of a box ticking exercise?
It's standard in the template for this letter.
So in creating this letter, that's, as you said, that's part of the template. It can be amended, but if not, that's what appears.
That's right. So we have a template for all recruitment letters of different types, permanent, temporary, contractual, whatever. They are completed by my recruitment team, and then they're provided to the line manager to read over it and make sure that they feel it's meeting all the requirements they expect, so that hence we don't send out letters with errors in it. And it is as it appears there.
And if we can go back towards the beginning of the page, the third paragraph, pleased to offer you a salary of X plus superannuation. You see that in the second paragraph.
Second paragraph, yes.
And is that saying that she will be receiving a salary of X, and then in addition, superannuation. So if the superannuation was going to be 50,000 per annum, that's in addition to that salary.
It's, as I understand the word plus means, yeah.
Right. And then there's a reference to the possibility of some kind of car allowance. And is it the case that that seems not to stipulate whether that's part of the base salary or whether, again, it's going to be an additional or a plus component?
No, but as I was saying previously, the ATRP and council environment, or our council environment, is only salary plus super. So the car would automatically be.
Sorry?
It would automatically be on.
So if she took up the car allowance, it would be the base salary plus super. And let's say the car allowance is Y dollars plus Y dollars.
That's right.
How is it determined which positions attract a vehicle allowance?
It's in the majority of cases, managers receive the allowance, or they can have a council car. There are other positions within the organisation that aren't managerial positions where a car is deemed a necessary part of the job.
So do I take it then for managers and directors,
Yes,
part of the package?
that's right.
And for other positions, there's an assessment as to needs. There might be, I don't know, an events person who needs to travel across the LGA or
exactly
something like that, and there would be a needs assessment done.
That's right. But if you want to take a council car, then you don't get the allowance. It's one or the other.
Yes, it's either
Yeah.
monetary or you get a car provided. Is that how it works?
That's correct.
Could we bring up another document, and again, not live stream it initially? LCC.032.001.0033. And if we can first go to page 3. Right down the bottom of page 3. Again, there hasn't been all the redactions.
All right, well, let's just deal with these documents in the room and not on the screen as a whole, and then we won't trip ourselves up.
Can you see that's the bottom of page 3? You send an email to Mr. Mallard, we need to resolve the salary that was agreed with Betty. And then you say she was provided with a letter of offer that gave her a salary of X plus super and the option of a car allowance. Then in the next sentence you say, the brief says it is a total package of X, which includes super and potentially any vehicle. When you use the term the brief, what were you referring to?
The one that my recollection is that it's the one you referred to before that had Mr. Ajaka's signature on it.
The memo.
The memo.
And then you say, can you tell me what was actually negotiated, agreed, as we may have to issue her with an amended letter of offer. Then if we move up the page, Mr. Mallard responds with confirming it was X plus super. If a car allowance is selected, it comes from the 250. I have explained that to
the figure of salary not be published otherwise than in accordance with the usual direction. There's no need to proceed further in private session. We can just cut the stream and then operator, you tell me when I'm live. The
My
transcript
apologies.
can, no, please, Mr. Knappick, it's perfectly fine. The transcript can be published, but we'll redact the figure before it goes on the website.
Mr. Knappick, if we can describe the figure as X
Certainly.
dollars.
Yes.
Sorry, so your understanding of when Ms. Natoli used the term technically on an ATRP, I think your answer was you were referring to what was in the letter of offer.
Correct.
And can I just ask you underneath, and we might need to expand this a little bit. We've got a classification, and has it got grade 15 market?
That's what I read, yes.
And the reference to the grade 15, is that to the salary structure?
Yes, it is.
But then the reference to grade 15, then market, does that reflect that she's not getting the grade 15, whatever level within the salary structure, but is getting a market salary?
That is correct.
And then if we can move to page 2. No, I think, yes, there. And if we can expand that slightly, we've now got manager open as the classification. Is your understanding, Ms. Natoli's email, that the position detail that I took you to on the first page where it read grade 15 market was what was currently in the system? And Ms. Natoli's saying that the salary that she's actually getting can't be encompassed by that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the suggestion by Ms. Natoli is what is currently on the screen, that the classification being manager and then open.
Yes.
And manager then open, I think you've given evidence before, there is a salary structure for managers, but it's separate from the salary structure with the various grades.
It is.
And with manager open brackets open, what does the open refer to?
I'm not 100% sure why this terminology is in the system as such. I would have to ask Ms. Natoli why it has the term open after manager. I don't.
With the position descriptions, if there is a new position being created with a new position description, is that required to go to the Joint Consultative Committee?
Yes.
If there is a current position which is being recreated or is being amended considerably, does that have to go to the Joint Consultative Committee?
Yeah.
Is what's on the screen here? So the role was being filled not within the salary system, but at what it's been described to me at a market rate approach. Is the issue that's in this document that because there's a grading of the role within the system, the payroll system wouldn't allow it to be paid at market rate, so something had to be done within the system to allow that to happen?
I don't know whether it's in the system, Commissioner, but certainly as my payroll lead has identified, it doesn't fit within the grading system, and the only grade that it fits within is in the manager grade because it was the figure X that we spoke about, and that doesn't fit within those grades that go up to grade 18 or 19.
But would that happen for every position that was recruited on a market rate salary as it?
No, usually they're closer to what the grade is. So usually when it says grade 15, 16, 17, 18, and then has the word market after it, it's usually within a certain band, and it's because of the market conditions at that particular time or the skills and capability that person brings. But it's within that range. In this scenario, as has been indicated, the salary that was given was not within that.
So,
And so you couldn't relate it in the system to that. It only fits in with it within the manager's band.
and the reason for that approach to salary, is that something that on a best practice approach you would expect to see in the memo, in the document like the memo I was shown earlier
Correct.
today,
That's correct.
rather than this is what the figure will
This
be
is what it will be.
and
Is
why,
what that memo said.
and then
And then reasons why as well.
And if I suggest to you that at the relevant time, a grade 15 level 2 salary in the salary structure was just, say, around 100,000, a little bit less than 100,000, the discrepancy between that amount and the X amount is such that it really can't be included within that
Right.
that grade.
Correct.
The proposal by Ms. Natoli that it changed to manager open, do you know if that was adopted or introduced into the system?
Well, I think what this indicates on the screen is that she needed to put it into the manager classification because of what the X amount was. So she, in her professional capacity, made that call and then put it into that classification in the system.
but that's not reclassifying the position in a substantive way. It's a, and I don't mean this in a pejorative sense, but it's a workaround that had to be done.
That's right. It's a workaround that had to be done because the system parameters. And so I think she made the right call.
An appropriate time.
Yes, Mr. Knappick will take a break for lunch.
Thank you.
I'll resume at 2:05. Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Knappick, just finishing off the questions that I was asking you before lunch,
Certainly.
which focused on that email from Ms. Natoli,
Yes.
and your understanding, even though you weren't a party to it, that she was raising the inconsistency between the salary being received by Ms. Bustani and the classification that was in the system.
That's right. And then what she's able to put into the system, which was not the grade that it was.
And your understanding was that the email led to the change in the classification to manager stroke open brackets open.
That's correct.
So after, and that email was sent, in September 2023, if there was any kind of inquiry about the grading for the senior advisor role and the salary range for the role, would have the grading referred to the manager open brackets open?
So I'm just trying to think through the question you've asked. Given that the salary did not fit within the classification, then it had to be put into a classification that did fit in, which is manager, which is what she did. There's something more. Sorry, I need to add.
No, but just before the commissioner, there is reference to the role being I think it's a grade 15 level 2.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I don't have it in front of me, but after Ms. Natoli's email, the reference to the position should be to manager
Correct.
open.
Correct.
And if you're answering about the salary range, is the salary range, should it be referring to what Ms. Bustani was actually receiving?
Yes.
Now, I want to quickly just take you to a joint consultative committee agenda item, which is LCC.001.003.0091, and it's for the 1st of February 2024. Do you attend the joint consultative committee meetings?
Generally not. I have been to them, but generally not. My head of the People and Workplace Relations team, she attends for me.
Yes, please. The joint consultative committee agenda items and then the minutes, are they confidential?
They're provided, as I understand it, to all committee members.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And if,
as much-
I'm sorry,
Yeah. That's as much as I understand it.
and if because there's delegates from the union who are, is there any problem with those delegates, I'm sorry, informing members of what was discussed, to your knowledge?
I can't think of a reason why not. They're a forum for consultation and for commentary by people. The minutes are a reflection of what is approved or recommended. Unless there was something around a particular person, you know, as is happening here, you'd
Yeah.
want to redact it and remove that. But other matters where things are discussed around, for example, a restructure and differences of opinion or approvals or not, support for things or not, I can't see why they could not be provided to others.
Right, we've got that up there. This is the agenda, and can you see under what is the proposal and or recommendation? This is under the agenda item, redesign of, I'll jump over the first part, and change of reporting line for the senior advisor.
I do see that.
And then if we go down to point 2 on that page, you can see that in early 2023, the new CEO and the executive recommended a 12-month temporary role senior advisor to assist the council and executive deliver the council's endorsed mayor's 100-day plan. In creating the City Futures Directorate, it is now proposed to recruit to permanently fill the position and it to become a direct report to the Director of City Futures.
Yes, I see.
And as often occurs, if we jump to page 4 to 5 of this document, there we've got the current structure, which has got the senior advisor reporting directly to the manager city economy. And then if we turn to page 5, we've got the proposal that the senior advisor report to the Director of City Futures. And then if we go through at page _0016 of the document, we've got the position description senior advisor with the proposed amendments. So can you see the directorate is being changed from Office of the CEO to City Futures and then reports to the Director of City Futures?
Yes, I see that.
And then there's some subsequent changes within the document.
I note that, yeah.
And we haven't got the minutes readily at hand, but that was discussed at the committee and there was no argument against it or anything like that.
All right.
Now, just in time, can I ask you about procedure where a union which represents workers at the council asks questions about a particular issue or a particular role? That request usually is addressed to the CEO.
Correct.
And what's the procedure with the CEO obtaining information to meet the request or answer the request?
All letters that relate to employees from any particular union are distributed from the CEO's office to myself and the industrial relations specialist. And it's part of her role that she then works with the relevant line manager, who obviously knows the greater detail regarding the issue, to then prepare a response. That response is prepared and drafted by herself with that line manager. It then comes to me for quality assurance, and I may ask further questions. I may amend the letter to be clearer about something. And after that, it goes through our system to the CEO to sign off.
All right. Can we bring up, please, INQ.047.001.0048? This can be live streamed. This is a letter dated the 6th of May 2024 to Mr. Breton as acting CEO. And can you see the subject matter is senior advisor?
Yes.
And if we move down the document, there are a number of questions or information that the union is seeking.
Yes.
Concerning that role.
Yes.
If we follow down that page, can I just ask that in the second last paragraph, it says the union invokes the grievance procedure as per the award. What significant? This is a request for information. How is it linked with invoking the grievance procedure? Does that mean that it requires a response within a certain time, or?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that because this clause or this sentence has been raised with the union previously, and my understanding is that that is effectively a standard sentence that they put in every letter that they send.
All right. You may not be able to answer this, but we have heard evidence through the inquiry about the number of grievances that have been raised.
Yeah.
Is it your understanding that the inclusion of that sentence means that this is now counted under the grievance statistics? Or if you don't know, it doesn't?
No, it doesn't. We do note that is there because it requires certain ways in which to respond. But our grievance statistics are generally created by the number of formal grievances that we receive, which is through the completion of a grievance form.
Now, the response is found at INQ.047.001.0034. And that can be live streamed. If we can move down the document to begin with, you can see that there's an answer to the 5 issues raised in the letter.
Yes, I can see.
The first one is the position description, which is attached, which is fine. The second answer, which was a request of details on the grading for this role and the salary range for this role, the answer refers to the grade 15, band 3, level 2.
Correct.
Now, that seems contrary to the change in the classification that was contained in Miss Natelli's email that I've sent you to, taken you to.
My view of that is that, as we saw on a prior system cell, is that is the official grading of the position. So the position is graded that. The individual who occupies that position is paid within a manager band that Ms. Natali needed to put into the system in order to have a correct payment for the salary that that individual was on. But that is what the position is graded at.
So you're making a distinction between what the position was graded,
yes,
and then the salary being received by the
individual.
Correct. So even though the salary was, as we've seen, a manager salary, that doesn't change the classification of the role.
No, the role, that person wasn't there tomorrow. That's the grade of the position.
So it would revert back to the just under 100,000.
Most definitely. To the grade of whatever salary equates to that grade of band.
It says, please refer to the attached salary band information.
Yes.
And if you need to see that, that's on page 6 of the document.
Yes.
There's no reference in the answer to the actual salary that Ms. Bustani was receiving.
No, because the way I understand the way the question has been answered is it refers to what the position is graded at, not what the individual was receiving. And so they've provided the salary band and the salary, which is grade 15, level 3, I think, was it? Yes.
So where the union asked for the salary range for this role,
Yes.
your interpretation that is seeking something that the union could have looked at itself, that is, what is the salary under the salary structure with the particular grade, band and level.
Those salary bands are different in each council. So they'd have to have a copy of this to be able to look it up.
But the union would have access to it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they may well have it, yes. But it is there is a distinction between the position and its worth and what an individual may be earning.
All right, there's then a reference to the organisational chart. Then point 4, the question of details on when this role was added to the structure and the date it was presented to the consultative committee. The answer is it refers to the 1st of February 2024.
Yes.
But the role was added to the structure first back in 2022 and then in 2023 when Mr. Mallard was appointed to it.
That is correct in terms of the history of the role. I suspect that my person who completed this was referring to when it was endorsed in that other joint consultative meeting as to it being now reporting into the Director of City Futures.
But the information being sought by the union was when it was added to the structure, not when reporting
lines changed. Yes, I see your distinction.
Can I just have the request brought up and we'll do the split screen?
Oh, yes, that's a good idea.
It's definitely helped me.
With INQ 047.001.0048, and you've got it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, again, the information provided to the inquiry, we have not been able to find from 2022 up until the 1st of February 24 joint consultative committee meeting, any reference to the role or the position or it being, my words, recreated.
Yes.
And again, would have you expected when a role was being recreated in that way that it would have gone to the Joint Consultative Committee?
I don't know how long the role was sitting on the back burner, if I can use that terminology, before it was recreated. It may have been vacant for, I don't know, 6, 12 months, more or less. I'm not sure.
No, it was a position during Mr. Manoon's previous time, which I think was 2012 to 2016.
Oh.
And when Ms. Waller was the mayor, the position within the structure was abolished.
Oh.
So we're talking about
Quite a while ago.
quite a long
Yes,
period.
yes. So I wasn't aware of that history. I was aware that Mr. Ajaka had appointed Mr. Mallard into the role when he did that, and then of the subsequent changes to Mr. Mallard and the role he went into, and then Ms. Bastani being hired into this.
Was it abolished or was it just empty?
It just seems to have been,
We don't know.
if I can describe it, laying dormant.
Yes.
It wasn't, this is my understanding, incorporated into the organisational structure of the union when Ms. Waller became mayor. And then if we can just look at point 5, when this role was last advertised and how it was advertised, the answer was this position was a direct appointment on a temporary contract between 29 February to 18 September 2024. Again, that's not accurate, is it?
Well, it's an accurate statement in terms of it stands alone in relation to the actual question as put. It doesn't directly answer the question.
It ignores that Mr. Mallard was in the position
Yes.
in a period in 2023, and then it ignores that Ms. Bustani was appointed to that position on, I think, a 12-month contract around September 2023.
Yes, there was an assumption made that it was in regards to the current incumbent when probably the answer was prepared, rather than the historical situation.
Just can I raise a point? It's not asking, the letter is not actually asking for a history of the position. It's actually asking on 5 when it was last advertised, not the history of the position in the organisation. Respect that point. Doesn't seem to be asking for that particularity in terms of how long this position had been on or off the books.
Well, I think the witness's answer makes clear the basis on which he's answering it.
And indeed, strictly the answer to when was this role last advertised and how it was advertised was that it hasn't been.
Well,
Sorry.
hasn't been since it was reactivated.
Yeah. Into one side, the period of 2012 to 2016.
Yes.
From it being reactivated in 2023, there was no advertising for the position.
Until the end of the direct appointment
Yeah,
period.
we'll get to that in
Yeah.
a sec.
Mm.
Yeah.
Would the union ever be told how much an individual staff member was being paid in a position about which they made an
No,
inquiry?
no. Salaries are confidential between the employer and employee.
Are you able to indicate that an employee is not receiving a salary within the salary structure that is receiving a salary at market without identification of the actual amount?
If it was going to identify the individual, we wouldn't say.
Sorry?
If it was going to identify the particular individual, we wouldn't say.
You wouldn't even say X is receiving a salary, a market salary. Like not indicating that it's 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, just the mere fact.
Oh, look, we may, but I can't think of circumstances where we've been asked that.
Excuse me for a minute. As in the Joint Consultative Committee agenda item, it was foreshadowed that it was proposed to recruit, to permanently fill the position. As part of that recruitment process, was a decision made to approach Mercer and get a work value assessment and remuneration for the position.
I can't.
I'll bring up, please, and if you wouldn't live stream it at the moment, lcc.010.009.9400. At the beginning of the document, you can see it's dated 11 July 2024 and addressed to Christy Wilson.
Yes.
She works as it states, a people and workplace relations lead.
Correct.
And you can see the subject is work value assessment and remuneration senior advisor. And Mercer is now providing the council with an independent work value assessment for the senior advisor role. Now, can you see under the first dot point, as one of the activities undertaken by Mercer has been to review the role and organisational documentation provided by the council?
Yes.
And part of that is analysing the position description that's provided.
Correct.
And if at the moment, if we can just jump forward to 0007, this is the position description.
Yes.
Now, what we might do is adopt the split screen. But can I, just looking at it, and if we go down the page, it seems to be a very different position description to the position description that was provided to the Joint Consultative Committee.
All right.
Is that something you're aware of, or is that
No, it's
All right.
first
We might have it.
that's been noted to me.
Yes. On the other screen, can we bring up, please, lcc.001.003.0091? Actually, sorry, and page 13.
No, just in the room.
Right. On the left-hand side, could we go through to page _0013? Now that's the amended position description after the reporting amendments had been made. And just doing a cursory comparison, can you see that the position purpose, there's an additional paragraph?
Yes, I see that.
And indeed, if you look at key accountabilities and responsibilities, just on numbers, we move from 10 paragraphs to 18.
Yes, I see.
And even though there is some overlap, the key accountabilities and responsibilities under paragraphs in the new position description are very different.
Yes.
And then if we compare decisions made in the position with the right-hand document, if we move over, again, there is those some overlap and similarity again change. I think decisions referred is the same. And key issues and challenges, again, just having a very quick look, again, they seem pretty similar.
Yes.
But definitely under accountabilities and responsibilities, major changes.
Correct.
Consistent with the evidence you've given before, this amended position description should have gone to the Joint Consultative Committee. Again, we have not been provided with any evidence that that is the case. And indeed, how this new position description arose, what the process was, how it came into being, etc. We have not been provided with any evidence or material under the various notices that have been issued by the Commissioner. Now,
Well, do you know how the position description?
I don't. I would have to speak to my staff who work with line managers as to when positions change and how they change, and then take them through to JCC. So I'm not across every role. I'd have to speak to my individual people and workplace relations team as to what happened in this scenario.
the way that you've described generally the procedure before, the request for the amendment to the position description should have come from, you've described this as the line manager.
Correct.
Is the line manager in these circumstances the person to whom the senior advisor directly reported? So it should have come from the director of City Futures.
Correct.
And the usual procedure is that one of your staff members is notified about the wish or the desire for this amendment, and they work with the line manager in your terms to draft this and follow the appropriate procedure.
Correct. That's what my HR business partners do as part of their activities. It's exactly as you described.
All right. And there should be a document trail about the following and implementation of that procedure.
Usually in the preparation of any position description, there's a back and forth of emails as to, you know, I've drafted this, these are the changes I've made, what do you think of this, etc. That back and forth happens. Once they're happy with it, then if it's significant, it may be regraded, and then it would have to go through, as been indicated before, through the JCs.
Putting to one side the JCC process, is there any other vetting of the amendment of the position description in that way? Like you've referred to the direct report,
Hmm.
raising it, and I suppose in substance approving of it. But do you have any approval or vetting?
No, not necessarily, because I have qualified and capable staff who work with the director as to what their actual need is in a position description. So with, X number of jobs in the organisation, they have the skill and capability to develop that position description with the line manager, and the line manager knows what they want the role to do.
The email exchange that you described as part of the usual process, so there would be some kind of initiating request from the line manager, then you would expect toing and froing through emails of this is what we propose, changes, amendments. Is the person in the position, are they usually part of the consultation process at this point, or is it purely with the line manager?
It's an interesting question. I would say they can be. I generally personally wouldn't do it, but if the person has some level of knowledge around the job in greater detail that the line manager doesn't have, it may be worth discussing with them what they see their activities and tasks as being that should be incorporated in the PD so that it's accurate.
Why would you not do it?
Because I think a line manager should know what they want their job to do.
And if you return to the council and did a document search for those documents initiating this request, the email exchanges that you would anticipate would be in position, what would you look at, or what would you seek?
I would expect to see that a line manager, director manager or otherwise saying, I want to amend this PD. It's not accurate reflection of what I need the role to do. And they might add some of the narrative that's written into the PD. They might ask to meet with the HR business partner, sit down, talk through it.
Can I just stop you there? It was a more kind of prosaic request. In the good old days, if you went back and you opened a filing cabinet and you would be looking for a file entitled X, are you looking for a particular file or trim document or something like that?
No. There would be informal emails, I suppose, if I call them that, because they're not put into a particular file. A person might have their own filing system within Outlook in which they'll file these types of things in terms of that back and forth correspondence. But equally, they may do it face to face. They may sit down and be sharing a hard copy of the position description and making amendments in meetings with each other. Then when they come up with the final one, then that would be certainly in a file, but not the development of it necessarily.
Should there be a record kept of what prompted the review in the first place? Be it a line manager saying, hey, this job this is not accurate, or there's been a change in requirements, or actually this person is doing work of someone more senior, it needs to be looked at and regraded. Should there be a record of what kicks it off?
I'm trying to weigh that up, Commissioner, in my head, just from a professional perspective.
Yes.
I suppose it's a record that shows it's commencing. Often these things are organic. It can take weeks or months as a line manager thinks through what they want to do or have in a particular role. I can't give a firm answer. I suppose I'm especially weighing that up in my head as to whether it's good to say this is when they kicked off reviewing the PD.
Perhaps taking it further down than when there's a decision made that there needs to be a change.
Yes, when it's maybe formally decided, yes, we're definitely going to change.
Yes. So is there a record kept of,
No, there's not a record kept of that.
and
No.
should there be? Is it best
Yeah,
practice?
that might be beneficial, but I wouldn't want to halt that sort of organic thinking that happens beforehand.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand, because you might go through that process and decide, actually, that's fit for purpose. We don't
I
need to
don't
do
need
it.
to do things, or I'm just seeking from my HRBP advice and ideas and thinking through the process.
But once a decision is made to make some changes,
Then you could note it at that.
and how is it documented at the moment in that same way that you described earlier?
No, it's
In
the
emails
organic
somewhere?
process happens and people write emails and they keep them in the system. But there's not an actual point at which says we're going to start now reviewing X job position.
If we can remove the left-hand side of the split screen and return to the Mercer document. And again, we're not live streaming. Could we return to page 2 of the document? It was LCC.010.009.9400. Now, on page 2, we've got the work value assessment. And if we go down a little bit further, is this the procedure? You can see the job evaluation profiles, and it looks at expertise, judgment and accountability and comes up with a work value points of 580.
Yes, I see.
And then the next step in the Mercer report is looking at market-based remuneration. And as we can see there, it references the Mercer National General Market at the corresponding work value.
Yes.
And then if we go across to the next page, page 3, at the top, and I asked you this earlier in the day, the information that Mercer then provides to you is a figure based on their general market data of being in the 25th percentile, the 37.5th percentile, then the 50th
Yes.
percentile. And as you gave evidence before, your local government, that's got certain economic or financial restraints.
Correct.
And so that those percentiles are the percentiles that you seek and that Mercer provides.
That's exactly right.
And again, without reading out the particular figures, the 25th percentile is within this valuation is the lowest level. And then the 50th percentile is obviously the higher level.
Yes.
I know you've given evidence about other factors that may be taken into account in determining a salary, but when you're provided with that information from an independent valuer, does the 25th percentile figure and then the 50th percentile figure, do they, in a sense, establish the boundaries of where you're looking for the salary to be?
Yes, roughly.
Now, Miss Bustani's contract was for 12 months and was going to end on about the 18th September.
Correct.
Now, would you bring up, please, document LCC.028.001.0068, please? Page 3. Right down the bottom. There's an email to Lauren Myers. At that stage, was Ms. Myers working for the mayor?
No, Lauren Myers was I think they used a different term, but it was effectively executive assistant to the Director City Future.
And you can see the subject is Betty Bustani's contract ceases on the 18th of September.
Yes.
And then if you go across the page and we've got setting out when her contract's due to cease, and then could you please raise Orion forms for Betty if her contract is extended after the 18th of September?
Yes.
Then if you go back to page 3 at the top, and just pausing before I take you to Ms. Myers' response, her contract couldn't be extended, could it?
Who's sorry?
Sorry, Ms. Bustani's contract
No.
couldn't be, because it reached the end of the 12
That's
months.
exactly right.
And then you can see Ms. Myers saying it's not being extended, and that the role has gone out to market through an external recruiter, and Philip provided Shayne with advice that interviews were progressing this week. Then if we go across the page and up a little bit, you can see you're being copied into it by Philip Smith.
Yes.
And with his description as a talent acquisition lead,
Yes.
I take it he's part of recruitment and
He's the head of my recruitment team.
and he's in charge of this particular recruitment exercise.
Yes, that's correct.
And then just across the page to page 1, you ask questions. Do we know the interview date, please, as I will need to update Jason with timelines. And then at the top of the page, Philip responds with tomorrow afternoon, 3 interviews, including Betty.
All right. Yes.
Now, if we, excuse me, can then go to LCC.028.001.0062.
This recruitment was being advanced or not yet finalised about a week out from the end of the contract period.
That's correct.
Do I take it from some of your earlier evidence today that best practice would suggest it should have happened earlier?
It certainly should have, and that's at the instigation of the line manager.
Quite.
As you can see, my team, including the payroll team, were reminding him that the temp contract was up. And then obviously the process needed to be speeded up because otherwise she would need to finish and the role would be vacant, which the line manager, the directorate, did not want to happen.
And is it in that context that perhaps some structures and parameters around when recruitment should be started, when there are temporary appointments, might
Yes, recruitment in that instance
give
should have started earlier.
give some markers to line managers and something perhaps for your team to go, don't forget.
We do. We have a report because of some of the difficulties we've faced with people forgetting.
Yeah.
That my HR business partners now take on an extra responsibility of reminding line managers this one's going to conclude in the next couple of months.
Yeah.
They do that now. Not that I believe they should, but they do.
Now, if we, oh, sorry, we won't live stream this, please. And if we can go through to page 5. We might be. I think things have been redacted. Oh, look, we can live stream it because there's been redactions. Now, if we go, we're at page 5, if we go down the bottom, oh. Use personal.
Let's just do these in the room.
Could you just excuse me? How easy is it to cut?
Just take it off the stream.
Can you, yes,
Just don't.
stop live streaming this document.
Okay.
Okay, can we just jump to page 6? We'll keep on going. Sorry, move up a little bit. Sorry, there's a mobile number that hasn't been registered.
Let's just put it in the room and we can, yeah.
Now, if we go to the bottom of page 5, there's an email from you to Julie Scott, and the subject matter is entitled Amended Letter of Offer for Betty Bustani. Sorry, can we go to the bottom of page 5? See there?
Yes.
Then if we jump to page 6, you commence with apologies on behalf of PAC for the error in what the agency was informed regarding salaries for this role, in that they were told it was not inclusive super when it was actually inclusive super. When you say apologies on behalf of PAC, who's PAC?
PAC is people and culture, that's my term.
Right. And this is something we're coming back to, that there are issues about what the salary was for the role.
There was constant confusion over this particular role and what this person was to be paid because of the history when the salary was determined by Mr. Ajaka and what was included and not included.
And just from that first paragraph, is the reading of that the actual position that was advertised and people were interviewed for included a salary which was inclusive of super?
That's my understanding. This is the agency who did the recruiting for us. Were saying that it wasn't inclusive of super, when in fact my understanding was that it was.
All right. And then you refer to, as you know, Betty is currently as a temp on X and the permanent role is graded at Y, and the Y figure is inclusive of super, but excluding a car allowance.
Yes.
All right. Now, if we can then move to the bottom of page 4 in this document, we've got an email from Julie Scott to Betty Bustani, amended letter of offer. And then if we go across the page to the top, there's a reference to the amended letter. In looking at the overall ATRP, there was incorrect information given to Chandler McLeod. I take it they were the outside recruiters?
That's correct.
By HR in terms of what the overall package was to be, which is X base plus super plus car allowance of a certain amount, giving you an overall package of Y.
Yes.
Okay. Then if we go back to page 4 at the top.
If at any stage, Mr. Knappick, you need to see the figures to make sense of the exchange, that can be arranged.
All right. Thank you.
you can see that Ms. Bustani responds with, I think there's been some confusion. I've never been on this package, including super. When I started, my letter of offer was X plus super, which came to an amount higher than the amount of the package. Can you please double check that I have been paid properly in accordance with my letter of offer since I started? And then she makes some further calculation along the lines of I'm going to be being paid X amount less. And then if we jump across to page 3, Julie Scott responds to you, this is not going to go away, so we'll meet with her later today and may have to make a recommendation to acting CEO and Shayne. You respond at the bottom of page 2, let's keep talking. Then at the top, there's an email sent to you from Julie Scott. Finally had a chance to speak. She's cleared up the situation. When she commenced in the role, she was on base plus super plus car allowance. She got a CPI increase. All she's after is her LOO, which is base, super, and the car allowance. And then if we go across to the first page of this document, you respond, I can't make that offer because that's not what the role is graded at and not what is in the budget for that role. Her old salary was determined by the prior CEO. The real role is in the budget for X, including super. Putting her on X plus super sends her up to closer to a figure. Sorry. Even though not a manager, she would be the third highest paid person after the directors. And then if we add a car allowance, her total package will be Z. So can I just pause there? There is the issue that arose about what she was actually offered when she started on the temporary contract.
Yes.
It now seems that the position was advertised and there is now an issue about whether what was advertised was an inclusive figure or a figure plus super plus car.
Yes, that confusion ran rampant during this period with Betty because the people who were talking with her, i.e. initially John Ajaka, secondly Shayne Mallard, the way I understood it was that every time they spoke to her, confusion reigned over what was in and out of the dollar figure.
Okay. But that relates to her temporary contract.
Yes, but I think this indicates that even in relation to the permanent contract, it wasn't clear.
Shouldn't have it been clear in the advertisement that was put forward about the position that it would have stipulated what you're going to get is salary, which is inclusive, for example, of super and car and a mobile phone allowance, or something different?
What I'm assuming was said in the discussions between my talent acquisition lead and the agency is that they would have said the total remuneration package is X. Unfortunately, back in the organisation, or Chandler McLeod would interpret that as is commonly understood in the labour market. Back in the organisation, it's not the common understanding of what total remuneration package is, because they start to take out things like car allowances. So this is where the confusion reigns, is because you tell someone like Chandler McLeod the total remuneration package is, say, X figure, and they assume that's everything, as any agency does. But back in the organisation, that's not what it means.
And sorry, just so I'm remembering correctly, within the council, there was a practice of defining that term to be base salary plus super
So
ATRP.
base salary plus super is the ATRP. Then there's a car allowance that's on top of that.
Yes.
Then there's individuals who come in. So that's the way my payroll team understand it. Then you have individuals who come in, such as John Ajaka and Shayne Mallard, who don't understand that at all. They don't understand it. And so then when they have discussions, confusion right.
People might bring in their understanding that's consistent with the outside labour market as you've described it into the
They may well
betting,
be.
which don't match.
Yes. And then when we try to explain it, they still don't get it, unfortunately.
So how did it perpetuate through the advertising process? This you think you're doing the best you can now. You think that the recruitment consultant was given the ATRP figure, and then they have interpreted that as the way they would, consistent with the
Yes,
market.
that's exactly right.
But in your response there, Ms. Bustani seems to be saying, this is what I received and this is what I'm expected now that I've been appointed to the permanent role. That is X plus super plus car.
And so therefore, in my view, it may have worked out a little less than what she was on in the temporary role. But the people involved obviously didn't want her to receive less than she was on. And so this was whatever the outcome is.
But this is more of a, I don't know whether we have to delve into it other than the fact the impression is there seems to be lots of confusion about what was happening. But I'm just more interested in your initial response. I can't make that offer because that's not what the role is graded at and not what is in the budget for that role. When you said that's not what the role is graded at, are you referring back to the grade 15 level 2?
No, I'm referring to that Mercer evaluation you had up before.
So that's what you're referring to there. And the Mercer, as we saw, had that range. So you're looking at that, and then you're saying that, and not what is in the budget for that role. So that's input from Mr. Nadan, is it, that it's anticipated this role will be X?
Yes, I can find out what's budgeted for particular roles. It was clear to me, to be very frank here, that they were pushing the boundaries beyond what Mercer had said. And I said what I said here.
And then you say the real role is in, why is real in inverted commas? Or one inverted comma. The real role is in the budget for...
I suppose I put the word real in inverted commas, indicating that that's irrelevant to what you're doing. That's what the role is budgeted for and what it's worth.
And that was X, including super.
It's true, sorry. I'd say, sorry, true.
And as you then go on and comment that if Ms. Bustani was put on X plus super and got the car allowance, she's getting a total salary package at that a particular amount, which is would seem to be more than getting up to near directors or on the way to directors.
It was making her the third highest paid manager. And my professional assessment was it was excessive. This is me giving professional advice that, you know, people are making calls on salaries that I believed were excessive.
If we can bring up LCC.010.009.9340. No, what? No, please. I just want to take you to, this is an email from Christy Wilson to you. And again, it's about Ms. Bustani's letter of offer. You can see there's Ms. Wilson commences with a reference to the Mercer evaluation.
Yes.
And again, if we keep on going, that range.
Yes.
Then she talks about the history of the salaries, the salary which was the salary received under the temporary contract. And then if we go to the bottom of the next page, she says, next steps, directed to discuss with acting CEO options to rectify particular options, gain approval to offer existing salary package, potentially due to the value brought by the current incumbent, negotiate lower salary to the maximum budgeted amount or the amount in line with the Mercer evaluation, and then across the page, consider alternative applicants within salary range.
That is reasonable, and clearly, I think from what I've said and previously in the email and with this, we were of similar thinking.
And then if we go to LCC.028.001.0119, down the bottom of the page, there's an email from you to Mr. Breton. Julie Scott copied Mr. Mallard in, and I won't take you to it, but it basically replicates the email, the content of the email that Ms. Wilson sent you.
Yes.
And then if we go to the top of the first page of that document, you get an email from Mr. Mallard. With the approval of the acting CEO, I have concluded the salary package offer for the senior advisor, Betty Bustani, below, and it is X plus super with no car allowance.
Yes.
And could an updated letter of offer be sent to her? And if we then jump to LCC.028.001.0097, not my stream, thanks. This is the letter of offer dated the 25th of September to Ms. Bustani. And you can see that she gets an ATRP of X amount.
Yes.
And if we can jump then to page 5 of the document, and if we keep on going down, it breaks down the ATRP.
Yes.
So we have the ATRP, and then it's broken down into a cash salary of Y, superannuation of Z, which equals the ATRP.
Yes, correct.
Now, what I want to ask you about in respect of that, if I can describe it as saga.
Yes, you can.
I think you've agreed that from the day that she was became employed under the temporary contract, there seems to be different versions and different understandings of what her salary package actually was.
Yes, there was a general level that was high, and there was some confusion over this ATRP matter regarding whether super and car was included or not. But, you know, roughly the figure was significant.
Looking at the chronology that I've taken you to, it seems that there was an initial breakdown in what was included in the memo to Mr. Ajaka
Yes.
about her employment and her salary, and what eventually was either put into the system, her understanding, etc. Now, looking at that and the confusion that arose, have there been procedures put in place whereby where there is this offer of somebody on a temporary contract, that there is a clear identification of their salary, what it includes, what it excludes, and that your people are part of that, so everybody is on the same page and it's in the system as everybody understands and agrees?
Yes, so you and I are exactly on the same page with this. We are currently looking at that. I have to stress this was a one-off event. I can't recall in my time there ever that being so confused as in this circumstance. So out of X number of people we've employed every year, and somewhere there's super and car allowances, etc., this is the only instance I can recall where confusion has reigned.
And so
we are, is the simple answer to you.
what are you doing?
So we're currently making sure that we redefine what ATRP means and that people are clear through, I suppose, various definitions as to what is included and not included, and what then the total package is, which is inclusive of everything. And then that becomes the formal definition, which might be out of sync with other councils. I don't know that as yet, but that's the goal. And then that will need to be reflected in letters of offer, etc.
All right.
But I want to stress that hasn't been an issue except in this one instance.
And your proposal that the total package will be reflected in the letter of offer.
Yes.
The aim of that is that regardless of what was said or promised or interpreted by the person accepting the position, the correct salary position will be reflected in the letter of offer, which if they accept, they are agreeing to that total package.
That's exactly right. So confusion doesn't reign, and we are in line with what is common labour market understanding of the total remuneration package.
Excuse me for a minute. I want to now take you to this year.
Yes.
As we saw at the beginning of the day, there have been organisational changes put in place with the council structure.
Yes.
I suggested to you that as part of the first tranche, there was the abolition of the 2 directorates.
Yes.
Which then had the repercussion of a number of redundancies.
Yes.
And I suggested to you that one of the redundancies or the roles that became redundant was that of senior advisor.
Yes.
I'll take you to a number, and I said to you I'd take you to some documents. I'm now going to do that.
All right.
Could we first bring up LCC .028.001.0098, while that's coming up, the idea of the restructure, you've been, in a sense, integrally involved in that from the beginning.
Yes, I haven't been a decision maker, but I've been involved in providing advice, and this is what we need to do and go through.
When did the whole process commence?
So just there might be two in Mr. Knappick's term. There was some restructuring being looked at by Mr. Ajaka and then Mr. Breton as well. I just want to be clear about which I don't quite have the precise timelines in my head, but might straddle Mr. Knappick's time at the council.
Mr. Knappick, we've heard evidence that Mr. Ajaka was appointed CEO, I think in about December 2022.
I understand.
Probably just before you were engaged to work at council. And as required under the Act, I withdraw that. As part of Mr. Ajaka becoming CEO, he looked at a restructure of the council.
Yes.
And part of that was the creation of 2 new directorates.
That was one of the outcomes, yes.
Including the 2 that are now being
Deleted. Yes.
The particular organisational restructure that I'm asking questions about are those initiated by Mr. Breton.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Breton, up until August of this year, was the acting CEO. My recollection, it was in April that he was actually appointed the CEO. The structural change, when did you first discuss it with him, what he was proposing?
Probably around that time, could have been April, May. You know, I was aware that there were concerns around the way in which the directorates were successfully achieving their goal. So I think there'd been thoughts around it for quite a while, even when Mr. Ajaka was still there.
What type of concerns do you have in mind?
Whether they were meeting the sort of the strategic goals for why the directorates existed. So because, of course, as was indicated, 2 directorates were created and then those same directorates were deleted. So in that 1.5, 2-year period, there had been talk that they're not necessarily achieving the performance that we would have expected.
When you say they, are you referring to the 2 new directorates that were created?
Yes.
Under Mr. Ajaka's tenure?
Yes.
Could document LCC.028.001.0098 be brought up? Yes, please. Oh, could you excuse me?
You thought you were safe.
No, I'm safe.
You are. Excellent.
Right, this is an email dated 30th of April from you to Mr. Breton and Mr. Mallard, subject meeting B. Bustani.
Yes.
And in it you say, I met with Betty this afternoon as she had requested, took her through detail relating to estimates if she was to take a redundancy, also explained the way in which a potential redeployment would occur. I explained any particular position offered and what it involved that may arise from a redeployment is something for her to discuss further with Jason. And then it's got update provided for your information. Oh, that's just,
yeah, that
I've updated and it's
yes,
for your information, sorry. So why did you have the conversation with Ms. Bustani? It seems to be at her request.
Yes, it was.
Can you recall what information had been provided to her or what prompted her to request the meeting with her?
My recollection is, and it's not 100% accurate, that there had been discussions that her role may be made redundant in some future restructure. That obviously concerned her, and she wanted to come and speak to me as head of HR. What would that mean for her as an employee?
Where you say I explained the way in which a potential redeployment would occur, was that at a general level, or
Yes.
were you raising with her a particular possible redeployment?
General.
But any particular position offered, you've said that was something for her to discuss further with Mr. Brett.
That's correct.
Now, as you gave evidence this morning, when you're looking at a restructure,
It's all right. Mr. Parrish observed me do my usual trick of spilling water on myself, but I have a box of tissues here for that very reason.
that's
Thought I got away with it. Usually I do it over a bar table and everyone looks, but I've been outed.
on lack of solidarity with barristers, Mr. Parrish.
Excellent. Excellent. Have that recorded.
Sorry, you gave evidence this morning that where redundancies are a possibility on the horizon, the procedure is that an employee will receive a role at risk letter.
Yes, that's right.
Could you bring up, please, LCC.014.009.0001? And I think it can be live streamed. As long as we don't get to page 2. And if you can see there in the first paragraph, you refer to discussions regarding the organisational transformation, stage 1, and proposed disestablishment of City Futures Directorate. And you say, if we keep on moving down the page, though the council's still in the consultation phase of workplace change process, at this stage, it is proposed that the senior advisor position will be removed from the future structure. And then you say there may be a suitable position for redeployment. But if not, you then set out the redundancy, the estimate of the redundancy that she would receive.
Yes.
So can you recall at this stage, as your letter says, it's foreshadowed that City Futures Directorate's going to be abolished, that will have repercussions for her role, and that it is looking like her role as senior advisor will be, when you say removed from the future structure, that basically means the role's going to be made redundant.
Right.
And where you raise the possibility of redeployment, at that point, was any position or new role or alternative role in your mind?
Not in my mind, there isn't. But, you know, this was on advice from others who thought that in the stage 1 restructure, that this role would also go at that time as well, which it didn't, but it was.
Yes, thank you.
Could you bring up document CC.032.001.0073? Sorry? Yes. Now that's a letter from Mercer dated the 2nd of June. It's a work value assessment and remuneration for a position entitled Leader Strategic Projects. if we jump through to page 7 of the document, you can see it is that position description for a leader strategic project that I had just taken you to.
Yes.
And if we jump back to the first page, and if we just keep on moving a little bit, you've got Mercer providing the independent work value assessment and market remuneration for this role. Mercer has undertaken the following activities: reviewed the role description, etc., held a discussion with Jason Breton, Chief Executive Officer, and also sourced the market remuneration data from their database.
Certainly.
And then if we go to the next page, and it follows a similar set out as the
Yes.
one that we saw previously. We have the job evaluation profile, which results in a work value points. Keep on moving down the page a little bit. And then we've got a market-based remuneration, and we've redacted the figures for the 25th percentile up until the 50th percentile.
Yes.
Now, at that point, we're still in June 2025. There has been no, at that point, the first tranche of the amendments or the changes to the structure hadn't occurred. We still hadn't had the deletion of the 2 directorates by that point.
Oh, so, sorry, what was the date again?
Beginning of June.
Yeah, probably not. No, that's correct.
And indeed, the first tranche of the organisation still hadn't been approved.
Sorry, I'm trying to put dates together in my head. I can't recall the date at which the first tranche was completed. I thought it had been by then. No. Oh. It might have been around that time, I thought, early June.
Right.
My recollection, because I'm measuring everything because I went away, as you may well know, for 6 weeks from the middle of June till sometime in July. So there was a period of time I wasn't there where things were still happening. So my recollection was just before I went away that the fold down of the 2 directorates had occurred, and that the 2 directors who were impacted had either just left or I think one of them left just before I went on my leave and one left just after I went.
Roughly when did you go on leave?
I think it was around the 8th of June till around the 15th, 16th of July, but I'd have to look at my diary. I was away for 6 weeks.
Okay. Now, if you move through to, if we can move to another document, this is LCC.032.001.0060. Right down on. Yes. Right down the bottom of that page. Now, it's an email from Christy Ang. Her signature block is HR business partner.
That's good.
She's part of one of the teams that reports to you.
Yes, she's in the People and Workplace Relations team reporting through to Christy Wilson.
And then she has forwarded to you an email for Jason to send to Betty. And if you go to the bottom of the first page, yes. Dear Betty, following our recent discussions regarding a potential alternative role within the council, please find attached the proposed strategic projects lead PD, which is shared for your review. If we go to the next page, please take some time to read through the document, share any feedback or thoughts. Your input is valued and will help ensure the PD accurately reflects the role. I look forward to receiving your feedback so that the PD can be finalised. If the feedback can be received within the next week, that would greatly assist with progression. Once the PD has been finalised and evaluated, I will be in touch on the next steps. Now, just from the email, that wasn't anticipated that it would be sent to Ms. Bustani by you or Ms. Ang.
No,
She was drafting an email that Mr. Breton would then forward.
correct.
Now, at this point, why is the attached proposed strategic projects lead PD being forwarded to Ms. Bustani?
My recollection is that it was thought by Mr. Breton that she could give feedback or ideas around what should be in that PD.
Did you discuss with him why he thought that she could contribute some ideas about it?
No.
Seems a different role from the senior advisor role.
Yes, it is.
Where it says, once the PD has been finalised and evaluated, I will be in touch on next steps. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that was referring to?
Again, I would assume that in terms of, the structure of the office of the CEO as to where that would be progressing, because Ms. Bustani was of the understanding as per that prior letter that her role was in the mix of being affected from everything, from the restructure.
So her role was going to be made redundant, and Mr. Breton is looking at her being appointed to a strategic projects lead.
That was possibly a redeployment opportunity. I don't see a direct match. Hence, as you may be aware, Ms. Bustani is still at risk and is to be redundant on the 31st of December.
We'll come to that. You just said that you didn't see a match.
That's right.
And why didn't you see it as a match?
As you stated, and I agree with you, it's different from a strategic advisor role.
Given that there was a potential redeployment into this role at least being thought of at this time, is there any issue with the proposed position description being sent to a person who has been earmarked to maybe go into that role for that person to have input into it?
It depends whether they were doing anything in their current role that might have anything that's within that PD. As I've indicated before, I've seen this happen in many other government organisations where they get people to give input because they believe they have some value to add into the PD. It's not something I personally would do, as I've also said before, because I believe the line manager would know what they want in a PD.
This is slightly different though, or maybe you tell me if you disagree, feel free to do so. That here it's not someone commenting on their own PD, but on one view it's someone commenting on a PD about a position that they are being at least considered to go into. I see
what you're saying.
Is there an issue to your mind in that sort of process, or
Simple answer is yes.
what is it?
Yes, is my answer.
What is the issue?
The issue is that what knowledge do they have in order to contribute to that PD? If they don't have any, then I don't see the need for them to contribute. Not that I'm always completely knowledgeable of what a person does in their role, but if they don't have the knowledge, I don't see why they would need to contribute at all.
Might be different, as you said earlier, if whoever was being asked to comment on the PD had some knowledge of the functions being
Some of the
considered for that role.
That's exactly right.
I'll take you to another email chain. This is lcc.032.001.0062. If they can be live streamed. If we can go to the final page, 0003. That's an email to you by Christy Ang on the 2nd of June. The subject is the strategic projects lead. Then it's got XYZ position description. Hi, Craig and Christy, please find attached for your review and feedback draft strategic projects lead XYZ. I think we may need to allocate a focus area for Betty's PD as the draft strategic projects lead XYZ was modelled off that PD we can discuss tomorrow. Now, the document that was attached, if I can just bring up LCC.032.001.0061. Just while that's coming up, the reference in the email to draft strategic projects lead -XYZ, what's that referring to?
Yeah, I'm puzzled what the XYZ
Okay.
stands for. I don't know.
The attachment was titled the same way, so I wonder whether it's a version control measure, perhaps.
Now, our understanding is this is the attachment.
Yes.
You can see under date approval, instead of having the 1st of July, it's now got XXX 2025.
Yes.
If we could do a split screen again, have this on one side and have on the other side LCC.032.001.0068. Yes, thank you. Now, just comparing the two, you can see at the top, the date approved has been changed. The right-hand side one is the latter one, and the position grade moving from a grade manager to a manager. Under our culture, I think it's the same. And then if you move down to intent and primary purpose of the positions, there have been some amendments. For example, the second paragraph, instead of prosecuting the intent of the CSP, we've now got advancing the objectives of the CSP. Then the next paragraph, to lead strategic projects, that has been added to in the one on the right-hand side.
Oh, sorry, yes, yes,
And then on the right-hand side, we've got an additional paragraph.
yes.
Now, if we move to the next page, and this is my very rough comparison, I think the position outcomes and accountabilities are the same.
It looks identical without reading them thoroughly.
Okay. Page 3 on both documents. A little bit of different formatting, but the content under decision-making authority is the same.
Yes,
Same with, I think, key relationships.
yes,
Under qualifications, knowledge, skills and experience, my note is real estate has been removed.
yes.
And then I think if we go to the last page, oh, sorry, page 4. Under desirable, qualified real estate agent has been removed.
Yes,
And then the last page, which is under capabilities for the position, again, my rough comparison is that's the same.
yes, it looks.
So jumping back to LCC.032.001.0062 at page 3. What I might do is just briefly take you to the whole email chain because it might help you explain what XYZ is.
All right, certainly.
So if we go to the last page, oh, excuse me for a minute. You just the first email in the chain, and I've taken you to this. Sorry, is this on page 3? Yeah. The draft strategic projects lead, and we've got XYZ. And then I think we may need to allocate a focus area for Betty's PD as the draft strategic projects lead XYZ was modelled off that PD. We can discuss tomorrow. Then if we go to page 2, you respond there. Thanks, Christy. Is there any different on the one done for Betty? Was hers very generic? And then if we go back to the bottom of the first page, Christy responds, I wouldn't imagine so. How are we supposed to be specific with XYZ? And then at the top of the page, you respond, no, I'm asking if there is anything specific project stated in the, in quotation marks, Betty one. Now, looking at the email exchange as a whole, does that help you remember what a draft strategic projects lead XYZ is referring to?
I don't know what XYZ means at all. I'm sitting here completely puzzled by that, but the strategic projects lead is the PD that you've been able to show up on screen.
On the right-hand side,
Yes, that's
that
right.
one which
Yes.
has been amended,
Yes.
there's a reference through the email change of Betty's PD.
Mm.
Is Betty's PD the first position description? Sorry,
No,
did
I
I say the first one, the one that was on the
On the left.
left-hand side of the screen?
No, I don't think so. I think what that's referring to is if you go back to Mr. Bretton's email around where he thought particular people could be redeployed to, that'd be a PD related to what potentially she could be redeployed to.
Well, where's that PD?
That would be the strategic, that role was changed. So,
No, I'm looking at them at this point of time.
yes,
I know things changed afterwards,
yes,
so I'm just trying to get a grip on the constant referral to either Betty's PD or the one done for Betty.
yes.
What I would suggest is from the material we've received, the Betty PD was the one on the
First.
left-hand side that was referred to her for her comments.
Yes, yes, all right. Yes.
Do you
I
agree
understand.
with that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And can you recall what the interaction was between this new draft project, strategic project lead XYZ, and how it related to the Betty PD for the same role?
I can't off the top of my head. There was a lot of toing and froing of the PDs as Mr. Bretton drafted them because he knew what he wanted in those particular roles and they came back to us. Then myself and or my team would make suggestions around what could be changed in it, such as when you indicated some of the sentences that looked quite different. That would have been as a result of advice given by my team where we directly changed it to make it more readable.
It seems from the exchange that there was a position description that was created especially for Ms. Bustani.
You mean the original one that you showed up there? Yes. Clearly, the way I read it is that she had input into that and Mr. Bretton had prepared it. We put it into the appropriate format and she was given the opportunity to make input into that.
My suggestion is from this email exchange is that it appears to be one created specially for her. Like I know you've said she had input, etc.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
I agree to the fact that it potentially could be a role that she could be redeployed into if she had the skills to go into it. I don't know whether it was created specifically for her because I'm not in the mind of Mr. Bretton. So he created this role and the PD. We amended it and, as I said, put it into the format, fixed the wording up. What his intention was, whether she would be to be redeployed into it or for what purpose, I'm not sure, because that was his decision.
Commissioner, fellow council have indicated that they have another commitment, so we'll have to finish now. What I was going to propose is that a witness we were anticipating calling on Monday is no longer available. What we were proposing to do was Monday morning start with Mr. Ristevski and finish his evidence and then return to Mr. Knappick on Monday and complete his evidence on that day. And I understand from his counsel that that's suitable for Mr. Knappick and also for his counsel.
Right, just remind me with Councillor Ristevski, it's just Ms. Hamilton-Jules. You're next with Councillor Ristevski, I think, aren't you?
Yes, I am, Commissioner, and I was just seeking instructions. Monday might be this is the first I've heard of it. I was recalling on Monday.
Well, anyway, we don't have to thresh that out now, but
It may
I
be.
won't go any further with it. You can have those discussions. In any event, we'll see Mr. Knappick on Monday.
Yes, definitely.
All right, Mr. Knappick, thank you very much for your time and your attendance today. I've been very grateful. Can I just raise one or two things with you, given that you'll be back on Monday to have a think about? Does the current system within council allow you to interrogate it relatively easily, if I can put it that way, to identify things like vacancy rates, turnover rates?
I have set up, systems where we can obtain that information. It's not easy, but my head of payroll has now created methods by which it can be done reasonably.
Right. What about the number of engagements that are done on a temporary basis under
Yes,
351?
yes.
And is
We have that information available.
that data is recorded over time? That is, one can look back historically over the
I
last
can't
few
speak
years?
for when I was not there.
No,
I can
quite.
speak from whilst I've been there.
Yes.
I could ask them whether it's there historically. That may be more difficult to find because the data they provide me on a monthly basis has been since, I suppose, late 2023.
All right. What I might do is give you a couple of items of homework, and if on Monday you tell me it couldn't be done in time, that's perfectly okay.
Yes,
I can issue a summons for some documents. But what I'd like to get a sense from you is, since you've been in the role,
yes,
trends on turnover,
yes,
vacancy rates,
yes.
and the number of appointments using a temporary appointment arrangement under 351 of the Local Government Act.
Some of that knowledge is in my head, Commissioner.
Excellent. Well then, but I'd like not only what we're sitting today, but some trends
Yeah.
over the last few years, so over 3 or so years that you've been there, 2.5 years or thereabouts.
Certainly.
All right. And as I say, if you come on Monday and say it couldn't be done in time, and I can get that material in a different way.
Commissioner, through you, could I just add to the homework?
Of course you can.
Could we have,
Ms. Hamilton, Julie, if you need to go, you don't need to listen to the homework setting. You're more than welcome to be excused.
the positions not only that were filled on a temporary basis, but which were filled via direct appointments, and also the number of direct appointees who were awarded salaries that were above the council's approved salary band, so at market.
All right. Is there a distinction between temporary appointments and direct appointments?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Yes,
Good. I'm glad you clarified then.
I have some more homework. Commissioner, you issued a summons today and we've produced documents in respect of category 2 of that summons.
Excellent.
In respect of category 1, which you might remember related to a document that was circulated about 5 weeks ago.
Yes.
That wasn't immediately discoverable by us, and it may be that if we were allowed to talk to
Of course you can.
Mr. Knappick, that would assist us finding that document.
Mr. Knappick quite plainly has a recollection
Yes.
of the document, and he'll be able to identify it as quickly as anybody, I would imagine.
Thank you.
Of course you can. Yes. All right. 10 a.m. Monday.
Can I ask this homework or somebody keep a note for what I have to do?
It'll be on the transcript. What I'll
Thank
have
you.
council assisting do is extract from the transcript your homework, and
Thank
that
you.
will be sent through to your legal representatives on Monday. But they will also receive the transcript this afternoon, which will have this passage recorded. So I'll get them to highlight it to you. So you'll get it in 2 forms.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right. 10 a.m. Monday. Thank you, everybody.